makes your memories so authentic?
Well, there's a bit of every artist in their work. But I was locked in a sterile chamber at 8, so if I wanted to see the world, I had to imagine it. Got very good at imagining. It feels authentic, and if you have authentic memories, you'll have real human responses. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, hi everybody, welcome back to another Space Test Extreme. My name is Antonio Strasser, Captain of Prisma. Today is May 15th, 2025. I'm a Space Mafia VTuber, and we're playing Ace Attorney. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Sorry I'm late. Sleep schedule is a wreck, but nevertheless, here I am. Okay, so I'm just gonna jump into it. As per usual, we are in the middle of case number, I think it's 3. There it is. There's the remote. Okay. do. Situated. Let's see here. We're in the middle of case 3. We'll go over a brief gist of the case in a sec. Hold on. Just my mic. It's been very loose recently, so not much going on. Some like gunk in my mic. Hopefully you can't hear that. Okay. So, all right. The defendant in this case is Maya Fey. And the victim is Pere Zealot. This is I believe the first case where we've had a double homicide, which is interesting. Maya is suspected in the serial killings. The victim was killed while praying to Lady Kira. All right. My hunch is that it was the widow of the victim, but we will see. We will see what transpires. All right. May 11th, detention center. Maya sure looks tired. I'm so sorry, Maya. Failed to defend you during the trial earlier today. I'm sorry too, Nick. Do you like art? You looking for a way to grow? New opportunities open now. Oh my god, what's up, Aiden? I never meant to get caught up in this whole mess. Even worse, I got you caught up in it too, and you were convicted under that stupid law. Nick, you should really withdraw from this case. Maybe they'll even commute your sentence if you do. I could never abandon you like that. You might not believe me, but I'm gonna pull off a win somehow. It's not like I don't believe in you, it's just... Don't worry. Maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down. You'll see. Okay. You're awfully quiet. Your benevolence? It is only a matter of time until your executions are carried out. I simply thought I would allow you a good talk before you depart from this world. Sorry, but we're not giving up yet. We won't till the bitter end. There is no need to put on a brave face. Your fates were sealed with today's verdict. Bro, just clean out my Twitter from all the art scam bots DM me. You're getting art bots? I get those a lot too. Worry not of Maya Fey. The Twilight Realm will cleanse the taint from that neophyte practitioner's soul. It's so annoying, like, especially because, like, when I first, now I know, like, how to recognize them, but when I was first starting out, it was, like, a lot of people that seemed like they genuinely wanted to, like, network. But, now I'm smarter than that. Then perhaps the Holy Mother may finally forgive her. Wait, was that her attempt at comforting me? Barbed head, further resistance shall come to naught. Stop your desperate struggle. Accept the judgment that has been passed upon you. She obviously doesn't know me very well. Then perhaps your sentence will be... Hold it right there, your benevolence. Why do you always have to be like that? Maya, what are you... What is the matter? I was simply showing some mercy upon your souls. Nick here is risking his life to defend me. And that is why I told you it will come to No, it won't. Nick is just doing what lawyers are supposed to do. He's defending his client no matter what. Enough. There is no place for lawyers in the Hall of Justice. For we have the divination seance. But your insights were wrong. Oh boy, that's gotta hurt. Don't you get it? Errors are bound to happen if your insights are accepted without question. So I ask you, Royal Priestess, what is your true duty? Do the victims' souls or the Holy Mother herself wish you to judge people in error? Oh, you dare bring her holiness's name into this? You know nothing, you phony baloney. Please, you two, enough already. Sorry, Nick. I got a little carried away. That's not really like me, huh? No, I should be thanking you, Maya. It's good to have you in my corner. Even though you're not really in my corner physically, you're behind a jail cell, but that's fine. How dare you mock me so? You will not get away with this. I was a fool to show you compassion, and to think I could convince you to accept your fate. So struggle all you want in the Hall of Justice tomorrow. You will receive your just deserts as the scorn of our kingdom is heaped upon you. I can see straight through that contorted smile on your face, you know. She may say these terrible things, but it's just the way she was raised, I guess. Could you try to remember what happened one more time? I've been trying as hard as I can, but I can't remember anything from the middle of the ride onward. Oh, right. You suddenly felt sleepy, and everything after that's a blank. I mean, so I didn't kill anyone. I'm not the one going around dressed like Lady Kira. Although it's kind of cool to think there's a mysterious female vigilante out there. Right. Were you close to Acolyte Zealot? We met several times during the meetings about the rite, but I didn't know him very well. He seemed pretty quiet. Didn't you eat together the day before the rite? Yeah, we ate this one super stinky dish, but it was actually really good. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but it was love at first bite. Like, you know the salty noodles at Eldune's Noodles? It's like if you added garlic and herbs to that, and then let it simmer for a really long time. Sounds more like a hot pot than ramen to me at that point. Now I miss ramen too. So what was Acolyte Zealot like while you were eating? He seemed to be enjoying the food, but as soon as we were done, he left to go pray. And what did you do? Oh, I returned to the temple to prepare for the rite. That coincides with Miss Inmi's description of events. Any idea who might be pretending to be Lady Kira? When the rite started, it was just me and Abbot Inmi. But the seance vision showed a third figure who looks like Lady Kira. No. Lady Kira, I wish I could have seen her in the flesh. Yeah. Let's stay focused on the case, shall we? It was supposed to have been impossible for a third party to enter the inner sanctum. But what if she came from the sky? You know, like that bushy bearded paratrooper. That mountain would have been no match for Lady Kira's wings. That's from the Plumed Punisher TV show, right? How'd you know? Because the real Lady Kira doesn't have wings. Oh, I've got it this time. There must be a secret room with a secret door at the inner sanctum. Did you know there are 88 secret Plumed Punisher bases here in Khura'in? Can we please stop talking about the Plumed Punisher show for a sec, Maya? I guess so. Keeping it real is much harder than it looks. Well, I should get going now. Sorry I wasn't any help. Don't worry, I've got this. We'll beat the charges tomorrow and be on the first plane back home before you know it. Then we'll go grab dinner at Eldune's or your favorite burger joint. You pick. Sounds good. I think I'll get the extra large Hamburg steak topping on my salty bowl. Best of both worlds. You can have whatever you like, but first, I have to beat the charges. Ah, I almost forgot. What is it? I have a favor to ask. Okay, but why are we whispering? Forgot I left something at the High Priest's house. It's super important. Would you mind getting it and holding on to it for me? Sure, so what's this super important thing? In my bag, you'll find a folding book. It's only given to the priestess who performs the rite. It's called the Tome of Secrets. That does sound important. How could you leave something like that just lying around? That explains all the whispering. If Rafa found out, all heck would break loose. Look, it's got Lady Kira's real name written in it, so... Oops, don't tell anyone I told you that. In fact, just forget I said anything at all. It's supposed to be a secret. The Tome of Secrets contains secrets? Imagine that. What are you two whispering about? Oh, nothing. It's just she forgot something, so I told her I'd go get it. You were up to something. I just know it. Thanks, Nick. I'm counting on you. Okay, I guess we're going to the High Priest's house. Hello? Anybody home? No answer. This means it's probably out right now. Oh, I'll just get what I came for. I am watching you like a warbad, barbed head. You had better not steal anything. Would never do something like that. Just here to get what Maya asked for. Then get on with it. I would if you'd stop interrupting me. Ah, here's Maya's bag. What is that strange patch on her bag? It's the Steel Samurai. He's the hero of an action hero show back in my country. It's actually Maya's favorite show. She's got all sorts of merchandise related to it. I see. He looks strikingly similar to the Plumed Punisher. They are similar, but the Steel Samurai definitely came first. I see. How interesting. He seems genuinely intrigued. There must be a common thread between Plumed Punisher and Steel Samurai fans. Come to think of it, didn't Maya mention something about trading with a Plumed Punisher fan? I digress. I'd better find what she asked me to look for and get going. Let's see here. This must be that Tome of Secrets that Maya was talking about. Well, Barbed Head, are you finished now? Hold on a second. The string around it is coming undone. Whoops! Oh. Ah, you fool! Do not lay eyes upon it! Put it away, quickly, before we go blind! Relax, my hand just slipped. This is the Tome of Secrets. Are you trying to get us cursed? Lady Kira is liable to swoop down and gouge her eyes out. Oh, right. This book is related to Lady Kira, isn't it? Your benevolence. Your benevolence. Would you mind if I asked you some questions? This is not something I would normally speak about to an outsider such as you. Well, can't you make an exception? If you insist, Nina. What of this folding book? Yes, I see. This very important tome is bestowed upon the priestess in the purification rite. Yeah, very important. What's written inside? Yes, yes. Yes, I see. Really? Is it alright to reveal that? Your benevolence? Patience, patience! The book contains Lady Kira's true name. Her true name? Is a name really that important of a secret? To a Koreanist priestess, a person's name is one of the most important things to know. What's so important about a name? Without a name, a priestess's voice will fail to reach a person's mitama. It is much like trying to send a letter without the recipient's address. A spirit can only be identified once you know the deceased's face and name. Oh, I get it. It's like when you see someone in a crowd you recognize, but you don't know their name. It makes it impossible to get their attention. Indeed. You must know a spirit's face and true name before you can commune with it. It is the same for Koreanism's most secret art, one that my mother alone may use. Queen has a secret art? It is something a foreigner such as you could never hope to guess. In Koreanism, spirit channeling is a secret art that can only be performed by the queen. No one else is supposed to be able to do it. I should pretend this is all new to me. Besides, I get the feeling she secretly really wants to tell me about it. Could you tell me about this secret art of the queen you spoke of? Come again? Oh, sorry. Maybe we shouldn't talk about this. It is a secret after all, right? It is the secret art of spirit channeling. But I suppose those words are meaningless to you. I'm just surprised how willing you are to tell me about it. A third-rate lawyer could not channel spirits simply by learning of the technique. Third-rate is a bit harsh. I'd even settle for second. What is it? You have the look for you have the look of a tentacled hag frog upon your face. The heck is a tentacled hag? I think I said fag. Sorry. A tentacled hag frog. I'm dyslexic. Don't ban me. Also, I'm gay. So take it up with the gays, Twitch. The dyslexic gays. What is that, and where do I meet one? I don't know. Frog grinder? What's up, Malrix? If I get banned for that, I would be so upset. I think I'm good. It's dyslexia. I didn't mean it. Also, I'm gay. Please don't ban me, Twitch. I think I'll be okay. I'd be pretty homophobic of Twitch, TBH. I hope so. Yeah. I hope they consider that. Spirit channeling, where a medium lets a spirit possess her body to return to our world, right? Well now, I see you have done your homework. Oh, I guess I studied a bit. With the power of spirit channeling, one can bring back even the most ancient of spirits. It is quite a magnificent... Okay, sorry, I'm still like... I'm still scrambled. It is quite a magnificent power, is it not? Like her outfit, yeah, she's cool. I've never seen her eyes light up like this before. She's basically bratty Maya. Imagine they're pretty shocked when they come back from ancient times. Indeed, a spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment it is channeled? Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. Thus, even heroes and scholars of antiquity can be channeled and directly learned from. Our queens have also used this power to help the rulers of neighboring lands seek counsel. That is why we have never been invaded, and how we have maintained our unique culture. So spirit channeling is a really effective tool for international politics. It is indeed. And that is why only those with the power to channel spirits may rule our kingdom. But of late, there has been an endless influx of illegal immigrants from neighboring lands. Jesus, okay, not the politics. The fools come seeking the same great power as my mother, Queen Maya. More like Princess Maya. Illegal immigrants. They're stealing our jobs. Jesus. Yes, it is becoming quite a problem. Some have lost their way in life and look to Koreanism for their salvation. Among them are also those of dubious nature who have been driven from their own lands. Dubious nature? Driven from their own land? Gasp and Pain definitely fit that bill. But they sure weren't treating him like an illegal alien. Jesus! Oh my god! Phoenix! God, I feel like I have to read this in like a deep southern drawl now. Illegal aliens! Can you channel spirits, your benevolence? You can't be saying that. Dude, I already had one dyslexic slip up. Now this. I can't catch a break. I am but the royal priestess. There is still much that I must learn. As of now, the divination seance takes me to the very limit of my ability. So her spiritual power doesn't measure up to Maya's. You were just mocking me in your mind, weren't you? Don't be ridiculous. It is written all over your face, you impudent nincompoop. The divination seance was once one of the important roles fulfilled by the queen. That is what my mother taught me when I was little. The queen can perform the dance of devotion? That'd be a sight to see. Someday I will be a powerful priestess and queen, just like my mother. And the divination seance is a vital part of my training to prepare me for that day. Why is she vibrating? I feel like she's very tsundere coded. Forgive my ignorance, your benevolence. You shall see. It will not be long before I too master the secret art of spirit channeling. I will be a magnificent queen who unites her people for the greater good of Karain. Now I see. Narukodo. Spirit channeling is something she really aspires to. I'm going to ace that test and become the next master. After all, I can't let my clan and the other villagers down. It looks like she actually has something in common with Maya. Are you quite through now? There are more important things to do than to stand here and talk about spirit channeling. That's true. It doesn't have anything to do with this case, as far as I can tell. Or does it? If the queen is a spirit medium... Are you about to suggest that my mother was channeling Lady Kira? Yeah, I guess she saw that one coming. Lawyers are indeed a witless breed. On the day of the rite, my mother was engaged in other duties at the palace. Of course. My mother is a very busy woman, and the idea itself is preposterous. Yeah, no, I like Maya better too, but it's like, this character plays an interesting role though, because she does like, they introduce this like insight function, where she's able to commune with the dead, and like see what they saw in the last like 15 seconds of their life. And then she like makes an inference on that, and it's basically kind of like a visual cross-examination, which I think is really cool. I'm kind of enjoying it. Do you truly believe the Queen of Karain would personally battle the insurgents? This is precisely what makes you third-rate. There. Another dead end. This is bad. Anyway, I need to continue looking for leads, so... Over there, after him! Don't let him escape! What is all that racket? Takis on Taco Tuesday? What? That escaped prisoner has surfaced here in town? Escaped prisoner? You mean that guy with the bushy beard? There is no reason to panic. The police are on his trail. He's no longer a suspect, but he might know something considering he was at the scene of the crime. The judge? Let's go take a look. Wait. Korean Bazaar. Whew. Ow, my aching back. I forgot how badly I had injured it. Damn, must suck when you're pushing 40. Ow, ow, ow. I need to do some stretching and exercise more when I get back home. Or else, uh, Edgeworth will never want me. Ah, Mr. Wright. Whew. Whew. Here he is. Hey, Albie. That's not true. Yeah, that's definitely not true. I like to imagine Phoenix is like, he's super ignorant to it because Edgeworth is always mean to him. But, although I guess in more recent games, Edgeworth is not as, he's not as like uptight with Phoenix now that they're friendly. That's a rebel. Have you seen him? Ow, ow, ow. Are you alright, sir? 1 second. Ooh. Have you seen that escaped prisoner around here? Oh, so that's why all those police came rushing over here. I heard them say something about an escaped prisoner disappearing in this area. He disappeared in this area? He couldn't have taken to the air again, could he? Barbed head. I told you to wait. It's too dangerous for you around here, your benevolence. Mr. Rebel could be lurking nearby. What sort of princess would I be if all I took was an escaped prisoner to frighten me? She's fearless, I'll give her that. I can't be responsible if something happens to you. As long as I'm here, though, I might as well search the area myself. If I were an escaped prisoner, where would I hide? Have you noticed anything around here? I haven't seen the escaped prisoner, but I did notice how slow you run, sir. It's just the high elevation. I'm out of breath before I know it. The police said that the escaped prisoner vanished right around here. There aren't any really good hiding places, so where could he have gone? Maybe he melted into the crowd? You should be careful, your benevolence. You need not tell me that. I am not a child, after all. Okay, okay. Hey, Albie, what's this cow-like animal? It's a yak. They carry heavy loads and provide milk. They're indispensable partners in our daily lives. Interesting. Hey, they're kind of cute up close. Oh, and they are also prized for their meat. You know, the meat you enjoyed so much last night. Oh. Partner must mean something else here. The gate to Temple. At the top of those stairs is my home away from home. Just looking at them is making my back ache. Oh, the manhole's open. We've already been through all this dialogue, I think. That manhole cover, it's opened. Whoa, what is it, Shadow? Did he sniff out someone or something in the manhole? I wonder. Did Shadow track Mr. Rebel if he had something with the Rebel scent on it? I don't know. Like I've got something with Mr. Rebel's scent on it. Something he might have touched. As the Plume Punisher strap. There's only one in the entire world. Oh, do you know a lot about the Plume Punisher? Of course! She's a real hero to the people. The ratings for this show must be through the roof. They are. It reached 100% viewership at one point. 100%? Well, when there's only one TV channel in the entire kingdom... Oh, that explains it. What did he touch? Is it this? Here, Shadow, how about this? Hope it works. I think he's picked up a scent. You mind if I borrow Shadow for a bit? By all means. Just make sure you give him his medicine. You have to express his anal glands twice a day. Oh, okay. Well, I'm not gonna have him that long. I had no idea you could do this. Yeah, go get him, boy. Your benevolence, I'm heading down the manhole. It could be dangerous, so please wait here. Wait. Don't worry, I won't commit any of those misdeeds you're so worried about. That is not what I fear. There may be a vicious insurgent lurking down there. Is Phoenix a vet now, too? Phoenix Wright. Vivacious vet. Oh, are you worried about me? No, I was simply wondering why you would go to such lengths in your investigation. After all, if you would simply withdraw from this case, they might commute your sentence. I'm doing this to prove Maya innocent. But how can you be so sure of the accused's innocence? She's already been found guilty. Don't worry. Maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down. You'll see. Okay. I believe in her. If she says she's innocent, then that means she's innocent. Phoenix is such a good guy. Lawyers must trust in their clients to the bitter end. That's just what we do. Why the fuck is Maya always in jail? I know, that's what I was saying. She's either in jail or getting kidnapped. I guess she is very, like, high profile, though. Like, she has a lot of, like, family drama and a lot of, like, I guess she's involved in, like, the politics of this country. So, I guess I can see why they would want to, like, implicate her and stuff. Although I guess we don't really know if this one is like, if this is motivated, but usually that's usually how it is with Maya. It's usually a reason for it, and not just like happenstance. Lawyers must trust their clients to the bitter end. That's just what we do. You lame brain. Do what you will. Well, I'm going in. Let's go, Shadow. Be careful. And also, if he starts growling, that's probably because he needs his flea medicine, which you need to... Wait, come back here. It's pitch black down here. Can't see a thing. Ah! Ooh, ow, ow, ow. What happened? Went down into the manhole and then... Oh, you finally came to? Ah. I remember that face anywhere. And that dragon symbol on his armband. That's the mark of the rebels. Be no mistake, it's him. That's a rebel. Yikes! Sorry I got a little rough with you back there. Thought you were the cops. Forgot what voice I gave him. Why are you making that face? Why are you making that face? Hey, want an apple? Ugh, I thought he was gonna kill me. I'll pass on the apple, but thanks. I don't mind a good apple, but not right now. Is he eating those whole? Who peels an apple? This guy, apparently. Bro, this man is living like Asmongold. What is this place? This is the office of my brother-in-arms, Dirk. But right now, we're using it as a rebel safe house. Wait, back up a sec. What kind of office is this exactly? A law office, what else? Really? Dirk used to be a lawyer? Yep, just like you. Rain's public enemy #1 is an ex-lawyer? Didn't see that coming. I kinda did. But I don't suppose I'll be coming around here anymore. You won't? Are you planning to flee or something? It's just, I want to get out of the rebel business. Tired of being bounded by the cops and all that. So I came by today to pick up the last of my stuff. Really? I'm gonna sell Dirk's info to the Minister of Justice, then slip out of Karain. Wait a second. Bro, why is he... It's giving One Piece face. You're a key person of interest in this case. You can't go running off like that. Relax, will ya? I'll tell you whatever you need to know. Oh, and sorry about punching your lights out back there. My bad. So, Mr. Lawyer Man, what do you want to know? Tell me about the murders of the High Priest Terest in me and his acolyte Pere Zealot. Sure, I'll tell you whenever I can. Don't know if it'll be much help, though. I mean, I'm not a rebel anymore, so... I wonder how true that really is. Tell me everything you know about the High Priest's murder. Well, as you know, I don't remember much about that. I banged my head on a rock as soon as I parachuted into the inner sanctum. So when I told you I had nothing to do with his murder, I meant it. Okay, then. Where were you when you came to after banging your head? By the time I came to, it was already dawn. I must have been out cold the whole time. So you didn't see the crime happen at all? Yeah, I got that right. Then why did you say you did when you testified? Oh, about that, since I didn't remember a thing. I was afraid I'd seem suspicious, so I came up with that whole story. Do you even realize how much trouble his big fat lie has caused me? Sorry for the trouble. It was definitely my bad. I'm Age bowling right now. Lamau. He doesn't seem very sorry to me. So the bottom line is you were at the scene of the crime, but weren't involved in it. Got it. So Dirk used to be a lawyer? Yep. He was a force to be reckoned with back when he was still practicing. He was a juggernaut of the law and as mighty as a dragon. He could strike terror into a prosecutor's heart just by glaring at him. People called it his dragon's glare. He even got criminals to confess and pass out with a well-placed glare. You gotta be kidding me. Most important of all, he would never surrender. He'd fight for the accused no matter how the odds were stacked against him. Is that what you mean by the will of the dragon? Yep, that would be it. Actually, your work in court yesterday was mighty impressive, too. You didn't give up no matter how hard of a beating you took. Not unlike Dirk, I might add. Oh, thanks. Even if a big part of that beating I took was because of you. There's a knife driven deep into a photo of the Queen. I guess the rebels really hate her. Better remember to stay on their good side. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that the Queen... I don't know if she's involved with this case, but she definitely doesn't seem like as good of a person as she lets on. Incense and white flowers. Flowers are still fresh. Must have been put here maybe today or yesterday. Did you put these here, Mr. Herbal? There's something wrong with flowers? Oh no! It's just a traditional thing here in Korean. Pay it no mind. It's def ain't like Asmongold, not enough half-empty cans of Dr. Pepper. That's true. This looks like a photo of Dirk and his compatriots. Here's one that looks really old. Oh. 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 It's Sadmati and Apollo? Oh. The plot thickens. And I guess, is that Dirk? Oh, this was taken about 20 years ago. Those are Dirk's sons. Those are Dirk's sons. Really? So this is the rebel Dirk in the center? He doesn't look so evil. And both of his sons look kind of familiar. The one on the left is Yuri. Oh, but you know him as Prosecutor Sadmati. Prosecutor Sadmati is Dirk's son? That he is. Yuri was once a rebel, too. He used to really respect his old man, both as a father and as a lawyer. Why did he become a prosecutor? Being a lawyer in this kingdom is the same as signing your own death warrant. On account of the Defense Culpability Act, right? Yeah, that's why you decided to be a prosecutor instead. He wanted to spark a revolution from the inside, so he dove right into the enemy's den. I would have never guessed it, looking at him now. You can say that again. Dirk is battling to change Karane's legal system. The will of the dragon spurs him on. We all thought Yuri was taking up the mantle to carry on that will, too. We were sure he'd help overthrow Garan one day, but as you've seen, he now uses the law to do her bidding. Dirk's been beside himself, so he no longer carries the will of the dragon in him, huh? Wonder what happened between father and son for it to come to this. What about the other child in the photo? That's Dirk's adopted son, but he's gone back overseas. His name's Apollo. Apollo? Wait a second. That bracelet. It really is Apollo. He was a rascal, that one, and his voice could shake the entire room. Imagine he's out there raising high hell somewhere. Huh. Yes, I'm sure he's doing just fine. Considering how far he's come, Mr. Rebel's description really doesn't do Apollo justice. Apollo? Been watching you grow over these past 2 years. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy in the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Thank you. I'll be fine. Everything will be fine. He's a responsible young man now. Never lost that loud voice, though. Damn. Guess we'll learn more about that. What are these hanging here? Lizards? If so, they're pretty big. Those are sewer lizards. We call them that because they live in the sewer. They grow bigger than your average lizard, which makes them fine eating. Wait, you eat these? What else would you do with them? Here, try one. Pass. I'll definitely pass. You're missing out on a fine treat, my man. Somehow, I think I'll live without it. What's this thing with the dragon on it? Some kind of sign? Yep, that was his business sign back when this was Dirk's office. He used to be a lawyer, right? That he was, but it was a really long time ago. This place has seen better days, that's for sure. Well, I hope he can put his sign back up someday. I wouldn't hold my breath. Is that coat yours, Mr. Rebel? Nah, it belongs to the rebel leader, Dirk. It's pretty impressive. I like the color, too. Want to try it on? Really? Sure it's okay? Of course! Bet it would look great on you. Well then, don't mind if I do. Smells all moldy. I can't believe you fell for it. That thing's been hanging there forever. Note to self, don't trust this guy ever again. There are bowls and platters of food here. They're still warm, as if this was all recently prepared. You must have a pretty big appetite, Mr. Rebel. Guys as big and strong as me got even bigger appetites, you know? But you just fled from the police. I don't know how you could eat this much after all that excitement. Sorry if I offended you. But first, let's start with an appetizer. Where's he getting all those apples from? Wanna join me, Mr. Lawyer Man? Got plenty of sewer lizards, too. Thanks, but I already ate. Yak, apparently. Is this a law book? The dragon mark's been branded into the cover. That's Dirk's law book. Really? The leader of the rebels? That Dirk? That's right. And that mark of the dragon is the emblem of the rebellion. The pages in this one section are really dirty. Must be the section on the Defense Culpability Act. Must have done a ton of research on the Defense Culpability Act. Practically wore out the entire section. Well, I gotta start packing. Who knows when they might catch up with me if I don't scram soon. Please, wait, I still need to ask you something. Go ahead, shoot. What are you rebels trying to do? And why were you at the Inner Sanctum in the first place? There's a ladder leading underground. He must have brought me in through there. But there's no reason for me to leave yet. I should see what else Mr. Rebel has to say. Why were you at the Inner Sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that high priest was a fool for getting taken in by Dirk. He should have tried hightailing it out of Karain like I'm doing. Psych locks. Mr. Rebel is hiding something, but I won't know exactly what until I can undo the locks. What exactly are you trying to hide, Mr. Rebel? Huh? I'm not hiding anything. No way, no how. I'll just have to use my Magatama on him then. Take that! I'm going to ask you again. Why were you at the Inner Sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? You can keep asking, but the answer is still the same. I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that high priest was a fool. He fell for Dirk's line and sold his own country out. How can you say such things about him? He helps you escape, didn't he? Don't you even care about what happened to him? Nope, I was getting out of the rebellion anyway. He should have opened his eyes. We never stood a chance against the Garan regime. Hang on, do you really believe what you're saying? Didn't the High Priest's death really hurt you on the inside? Like I said, I couldn't care less about the whole thing. I beg to differ. This wouldn't be here in this room if you didn't feel a thing. What does that have to do with anything? You don't know? Try looking deep into your heart. I still don't get it. But I'm starting to think you don't either. As it feels so much worse when it's him who's pointing out my failures. I told you I couldn't care less about the High Priest. Really? It's the only thing that was in the room, wasn't it? Pretty sure I know what I need to, but maybe I should go over it all again. This wouldn't be here in this room. Flower? Where are these? Oh, right, because the flower. I see. The flower was. Yeah, they did mention the flowers. I heard these flowers are offered in memory of the dead here in Crane. High Priest's death hit you hard, so you've been grieving here alone, haven't you? Well, hee-ho! Those flowers don't mean anything. It's just a Curney's way of saying goodbye. Why hide the fact that you're mourning his death? You're reading into this too much. I told you. I'm done with the rebellion. Haven't even heard from Dirk or the rest of them for a few days. And tomorrow I'm planning to kiss this kingdom goodbye. No, I know you've been in contact with the other rebels lately. And how exactly do you plan on proving that? This piece of evidence ties you to the other rebels. Dirk's law book? Cat got your tongue? No, it's just I was shocked by how off target you were. Wait, you're not stalling for time or something? You're not stalling for time, aren't you? Yeah? What kind of scams do you think Eden and Eddie would be doing if they were around and grown up today? Probably crypto. No, I'd never do that. Hope he doesn't think I'm in cahoots with the police or something. I keep trying to tell you. I got nothing to do with the rebels anymore. What's up, Mil? This food was brought here for Mr. Rebel after he escaped from prison, so he must have gotten in contact with the other rebels somehow. No, I know you're still involved with them. This piece of evidence ties you to the other rebels. Found this prayer flag at the Plaza of Devotion. You wrote a message on it and left it behind for your fellow rebels, didn't you? They brought this food for you at your request. Ooh ha ha! So you're lying about leaving the rebels. You're still involved with Dirk and the rest of them, aren't you? You ready to tell me the truth now? Oh, you're good, Mr. Lawyer Man, I admit it. I requested the grub. But I was just taking advantage of him, that's all. What do you mean? My face plastered all over the place. I couldn't stay out in the open anymore. So I just took advantage of my former comrades for some grub and a place to hide. I was gonna kiss this kingdom goodbye tomorrow. I'm not buying it. You're obviously lying. I can tell just by looking at you. The white-hot flames of revolution definitely still burn on inside you. What? That's ridiculous. Those flames burned out a long time ago. This proves that the flames of revolution still burn on inside you. Now the book? Dirk's law book? I'm no lawyer, so what's that got to do with me? Look at the mark branded into the cover. It's marked that stands for an unwavering commitment to the revolution. It is Dirk's way of representing the will of the dragon. Yeah, so what of it? You have that same mark on the scarf tied around your left arm. But you wouldn't be wearing that if you were no longer a rebel. Yeah, I forgot to take it off, that's all. No, as a wanted man, that should have been the first thing you took off. The fact that you haven't hidden that mark yet proves you're still a rebel. Oh ha! Think what you want, but you don't know nothing about me. No, you're wrong. You wear your heart and your beliefs right on your sleeve, just like me. And this is what I believe in. Attorney's badge. When a person's back is against the wall, they always fall back on what they believe in. Just as I have my badge, you always have the will of the dragon with you. And would you risk your life for your beliefs? Bitch, what do you think I'm doing? No, I wouldn't. No. No, because I wouldn't be much use to my clients dead. Now admit it. You've never once thought about leaving the Defiant Dragons, have you? That look in your eyes, it's just like Dirk's. Looks like you've got the will of the dragon inside of you, too. I planned to take you out if you turned out to be on the side of the royals. But I think I can trust you. Can't believe I was that close to getting shanked here. It's like you said. I have no intention of leaving Dirk's group. In other words, you were testing me. You're a foreigner and a lawyer who's been charged with abetting a criminal to boot. And I've seen a fair share of lawyers get pardoned after weeping at the feet of the Queen. Well, I'm gonna keep fighting till the end. Yeah, I can see that now. Sorry I ever doubted you. So what are you doing here anyway? I came to get the secret hideout key from a helper. Secret hideout? Yep, I'm supposed to get my next order from Dirk there. The town's swarming with cops thanks to that murder. Nothing I can do about that. What about the order Dirk was supposed to give you? Gonna have to abort that mission. Now I'm just laying low, waiting for a chance to make contact with Dirk again. Hey, why the long face? I thought you'd be able to tell me something about the High Priest's murder. Sorry to disappoint you. Oh, I know. Let me make it up to you with this. What is it? This orb is actually a key. It opens the door to one of our secret hideouts. Sorry. Can't say any more than that. Anyway, I hope it helps. It might look a little bit like the Dragon Ball from Dragon Ball, but it's not like that. This orb is a key? Yep. Plus the hideout's in a totally unexpected location. France. And being that it's super secret, we couldn't have just any ordinary key. I see. Maybe this will help me unravel the truth behind this case. Thanks. I'll mention it. Besides, you're a fellow brother in arms, fighting the powers that be. If it'll help you, feel free to pick my brain a bit more. Everyone's been talking about the return of Lady Kira lately. Well, my friend Maya suspected of being the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. Wouldn't happen to know who she really is, though, would you? Beats me. Whoever she is, she bushwhacked me and hauled me off to jail. Even worse, on top of attacking us and delivering us to the cops, she's been watching us like a hawk and framing us for different crimes. Watching like a hawk? Framing you for the crimes? Why would anyone go to all that trouble? Our kingdom likes to pretend that its people are free to think what they want. Because of that, the authorities can't arrest you for sympathizing with the rebellion. Sorry, I'm like finishing up my bowl of mac and cheese. They resort to framing people for things they didn't do. And then that lady Kira figure is. Yep, she's just some lick spittle working for the Garan regime. Wow. Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve. So I'd watch it if I were you. You got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. Ugh. So he was talking about Lady Kira then. Advanced combat skills. Excuse me. Advanced combat skills, detailed surveillance, and clever setups. She's no amateur, if you ask me. So you're saying that the monarchy is using Lady Kira to secretly take out the rebels? Exactly. The Garan regime is using her to control the people, even down to what we think. Why don't the people protest if the monarchy is doing things like that? Unfortunately, we don't have any conclusive evidence. Without that, we can't prove anything. I know the feeling. I bring this up in court, they'll probably dismiss it out of hand. I'll have to unmask Lady Kira if I want to get anywhere. Our goal? To get rid of the evil, no good Defense Culpability Act. And so just by looking at Dirk's law book, the DC Act has turned this kingdom into a corrupt cesspool, where false charges are overlooked and prosecutors are the only ones heard in court. It's been 23 years since it was first enacted. What happened 23 years ago to make them pass such a terrible law? The assassination of Queen Amara, that's where it all began. Calling it right now, the current queen assassinated the former queen. It happened before I was even born, but Queen Amara, the previous queen, was assassinated, and it was the rebel leader Dirk who did it. Dirk assassinated the former queen, didn't he? That's the official line, but the official line? Those charges were completely trumped up. Dirk was framed, I'm telling you. He was? Plus, Dirk was a lawyer. Once the people thought a lawyer had killed the queen, they turned against all lawyers. And that's how the DC Act was first passed. So that's why there aren't any lawyers left in Khura'in. Even worse, it changed the significance of the divination seance. Significance of the divination seance? They were holding seances in court even before the DC Act? You bet they were. Lawyers and prosecutors used to hotly contest the insights that came out of seances. You mean like what I've been doing? Right. It's like Dirk used to say, the royal priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence. Right. I see what you mean about the significance of the divination seance changing. Yep, the insights became the only truth, and arguing against them was banned. As royal priestess, it is my duty to reveal the truth through the divination seance. This time I will prove that the insights I glean thereof are the very truth himself. Prepare yourself, for this shall be your last trial, and your last rites. Tomorrow shall end with you under the headsman's axe. What I've seen, Rafa would agree with that. This kingdom's a shadow of its former self. It's become a dictatorship where the royals use the fear of trumped-up charges to rule. And that's what Dirk's been rebelling against? Yep, all we want is to live in a kingdom with a fair and impartial legal system. And there's only one way to make that come true. Overthrow the current regime. So that's the truth behind the rebels. Well, PW, my friend, it's about time for me to get going. After all, I am the fangs of the Defiant Dragons. That's a rebel. You're not going to do that alley-oop thing again, are you? I was just getting to that. See you when I see you. Alley-oop. Why does he have to jump like that before running off? Well, I guess we're friends now. But enough about that. I've already spent way too much time here. May 11th, Karain, Bazaar. Whew, finally got out of here. Out of there. Mr. Wright, I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried about you. Shadow, what happened to him anyway? Came out of the manhole about 5 minutes after you went in. Sorry he wasn't much help. Well, did you find anything of worth? Oh, I tripped and fell down there. I must have been out cold for a while. I better keep things to myself for now. I figured as much. I have to find that secret hideout Mr. Rebel was talking about. I should probably start with places that have something to do with the High Priest. Barbed Head, I detect a foul odor emanating from you. Well, I did walk through the sewers, so... Stay back! Keep your stink to yourself. I'd be glad to leave you alone if you'd like. Who said you could walk away from me, you mutton head? Fine, I'll stick to you like glue. No, that is too close. Just can't win with her. Even after investigating the sewers, you have nothing. Well, I'm not ready to give up yet. Besides, I wouldn't say I have nothing. There's nowhere I wouldn't go if it would help Maya. So, what will it be next? Will you dive into a septic tank? If it would help Maya, I wouldn't rule it out. Stay back! Thought I was just a hypothetical. Alright. So, should we go to the, maybe the temple? The Plaza of Devotion? The Inner Sanctum? Barbed Head, you already searched here, did you not? Oh, I just thought I'd look around again, you know, in case I missed something. Really shouldn't tell her I'm looking for the secret rebel hideout. You have a saying back home, leave no stone unturned. Oh, yes. You cannot stump me, I know that one. Actually, I don't have a clue is written all over her face. Wonder if it has something to do with... No? Lantern looks broken, but it's hard to make out the details from this angle. Can't believe Mr. Rebel used this as a parachute. That reckless fool. Then again, he must have a screw loose if he counts himself among those vile rebels. I wouldn't exactly call him crazy, but he's certainly one of... Pretty good. Looks like the Wi-Fi disconnected for a second. I think we're okay. Oh, always something. Wouldn't exactly call him crazy, but he's certainly one of a kind. So what is it they want me to... Still don't know what... I don't think we don't know what happened with the snow, did we? Did we? I don't see any circles. I don't see any circles. Literal, no stone unturned. Maybe the book that we found has some clue? Oh, the orb, right. Wasn't there... What if we present the orb to her? That orb has a mesmerizing core. I must take a closer look at it. Mr. Rebels entrusted me with this, so maybe I shouldn't even let Princess Rafa handle it. Your benevolence? Wouldn't you be defiled by touching an object like that has been in the hands of a lawyer? I suppose so. You do know that there are no such things as lawyer cooties, right? Right, so this orb has something to do with... Gotta be a place to put this. Ah, there we go. Statue of a bird. Guess I'll take a closer look at it. Hey, this eye is missing. What are you doing? You must not touch that for no reason. Sorry. But that shape. I wonder. Did you just scream, "Take that" at the statue? I knew it. What? She must be at a loss for words. That doesn't happen too often. What is this place? Explain yourself at once, barbed head. I don't think she's ready for the full story. I don't really know much myself, but it seems to be a secret rebel hideout. I'm shocked there's a secret door here. I imagine that goes double for Rafa. A rebel hideout in the inner sanctum? Somebody will pay for this! Well, for now, I think I'll have a look around. Wait! You must not enter before the police. Don't worry, I won't disturb anything. Or at least I'll try not to. Besides, with you watching over me, it should be fine, right? And, see, Fine. Just please stop pleading your case. I can only stand so much lawyerly drivel. But I will be presenting all information gleaned from your efforts here to the police. Of course. Now, shall we? I will go no further. Oh, right. You're not supposed to come in contact with the taint of Lady Kira's battles. Very good, Barbed Head. I commend you for remembering. Oh, well, thank you. Wait, why am I thanking her? May not be able to enter, but I will allow no misdeeds on your part. I'll be watching you like a war bat from the entrance here. I told you I'm not going to do anything. I better hurry before she changes her mind. I believe this to be a sacred space that enshrines the source of the spring water. That makes sense. The rebels must have converted it into a secret hideout. What about that warbat revolving door? I wonder if that too was originally intended to hide and protect this sacred space. To think those filthy rebels were scheming their schemes in this most sacred space. It is a desecration upon Koreanism itself. The defiant dragons shall pay for this. I suppose it's only natural that she'd be upset, but the investigation must go on. I think I'll start by taking a picture of the place. Good thing I brought a camera to snap some souvenir shots. Stop that! You must not take photos here without permission. Reef is really fired up. She's sticking her head in as far as it'll go. I guess she won't be tainted as long as she doesn't touch anything. Now to search every nook and cranny. Barbed Head, just because it is hard for me to see your every move. Do not use that as an excuse to touch and break things. I heard you the first time. Sheesh. How dare those filthy insurgents raise their banner amid such a sacred space? Barbed Head, you must burn it at once. Didn't you tell me not to touch or damage anything? This is an exception. Very well, if you will not do it, then I will. But your benevolence, I thought you were not supposed to come in here. For once, the strange customs of this kingdom are working in my favor. There's something under the banner. A microphone. What's this doing here? Is someone trying to record something with it? Weapons, and lots of them too. We are lucky we found them before they could be used. Excellent work, Barbed Head. Oh, thanks. The rebellion never happens. I hope it's bloodless. So this is the water source that supplies the Inner Sanctum Spring. Flows through the channel built into the floor before heading outside. Lady Kira uses this sacred water to wash the taint of battle from her body. It's also not red like the water in the spring. It looks like an order from Dirk. What's this? Let me see that. I thought you're not supposed to touch anything in here. This is an exception. Now hand it over. Let's see here. Oh, holy mother! What? What does it say? It is an order intended for that rebel named Dats. It reads, after the rite, infiltrate the palace under the guise of returning Lady Kira's costume, and search for clues about that incident from 23 years ago. Dirk. 23 years ago? It must mean the assassination of Queen Amara. I wonder what the rebels are up to. It's intriguing and all, but it doesn't seem related to the case at hand. This will not do. I must warn my mother at once. No need to do that. This order will never be carried out. Lady Kira's costume is still here, and Abbot in me is no longer able to aid the rebels. I knew that. A large stone slab. It's shaped like a magatama. Looks rather unstable. Bet it'd tip over in an earthquake. What's that earthy grass-like smell? It's the smell of the moss that covers the stone. Oh, so this shaggy green stuff is moss? Looks like some of the moss about halfway up has been disturbed. Wonder why that is. One quick touch can't hurt, right? Whoa! The slab's starting to wobble. What is happening? What have you done to the sacred space? Nothing. All I did was nudge it a little. I knew it looked unstable. Probably best not to touch it again. There's a Plume Punisher calendar here. Ah, now I understand. The villains in the Plume Punisher are based on the insurgents. Watching the show must have roused their ire against Lady Kira. I doubt that's it. Look. What is it, Barbed Head? The Plume Punisher clock. Oh, I believe it is a limited edition promotional item given to 50 lucky viewers. This rare item plays the Plume Punisher theme song every hour. Hand it over now, Barbed Head. She snatched it away from me. No matter what she says, Rafa is definitely a huge fan. What a fine item. And this switch, if I'm right. It's the Plume Punisher theme song. Yes, now I see. The insurgents who use this room must be Plume Punisher fans. That may be so, but I don't see how it's relevant to this case. The statue door rotates when you pull this chain. I see. Then you must shut the door and destroy its mechanism. That will deprive the insurgents of access to this place. Well, wouldn't that trap me in here? Not to worry. I would come to visit you once a year. She's actually serious? What's this? A blood stain. Should probably try to figure out what happened in here. Do not tamper with any evidence before the police arrive. The police? Hey, that reminds me. Emma gave me something just for times like these. I thought it might help your investigation. Here, it's all yours. I wanted to bring you a bunch of other forensic tools, but they were confiscated at the airport. Luminol testing fluid. This actually might come in handy. Luminol testing fluid glows in reaction to even the tiniest traces of blood, so it can even detect areas where blood has been wiped up. Might help us figure out what happened in here. Okay, time for science to do its thing. First, let me put these red-tinted glasses on to see the luminols glow. Then I just press A wherever I want to spray some of the luminol. Areas where the blood will react, where there was blood will react by turning blue. The obvious one is right here. No. There's handprints here. This is a huge blood stain. Something big must have happened here. Perhaps the High Priest's blood flowed in there from under the Warbad statue. There was definitely a lot of blood here. But it's impossible to say much else at this point. I'll just take a picture for now. Oh, right. Luminol reactions don't show up in photos. I'll just have to take some notes. That should do it. I didn't notice before, but the bloodstain looks like it was smeared away in one place. Is it because the Warbad revolving door passed over it? Well, I think that covers about everything here. Yes, you're right. You shouldn't have come in here before the police. Sorry, but I was in a hurry. I didn't do anything I wasn't supposed to. Your benevolence can attest to that. It is your fault for being so slow. I expect the police to work faster and more efficiently. Sorry. Well, Barbed Head, Have you not already seen enough? I guess it's about time I got back to the temple and go over everything I've learned. Welcome back, Mr. Wright. How'd it go? Unfortunately, I didn't find anything conclusive. No way! I do not understand, Barbted. What don't you understand? Why you did not commit any misdeeds during your investigation? After all, lawyers ply their trade primarily through illicit means and methods. What? Who told you that? My mother. Are you saying she's wrong? No, that cannot be. You must have committed some sort of misdeed right under my nose. If that were so, she wasted her whole day following me around. What is it? Prosecutor Sadmati has need of me. What's going on? I must go perform a divination seance for Pare Zealot. It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before a ritual begins. I see. The third time will be the charm. My insights will finally bring you to your knees tomorrow, and I will teach that neophyte practitioner a lesson. Looks like the royal priestess is back with a vengeance. She's made a full recovery from when we started the investigation earlier today. I look forward to seeing you in court, Your Benevolence. Your overconfidence will be your downfall. You will not look so confident when I am finished with you tomorrow. Actually, I'm not really looking forward to seeing her tomorrow, especially without any solid evidence. Why don't we go over everything you know so far? Alright, let's see here. Acolyte Zealot was killed during the rite with Lady Kira's dagger, and Maya's fingerprints were found on it. That doesn't sound very good. I know, it's the very definition of being up a creek without a paddle. The day before his murder, Zealot enjoyed a meal with the High Priest, his wife, and Maya. What's up, Mahalia? I also learned about spirit channeling here in Karain. Now that sounds very helpful. Oh, but I did hear something interesting. That the rebel hunting Lady Kira might be working for the Justice Minister. What? Really? Our kingdom is supposed to be ruled through faith and laws. We can't allow the people to be controlled by fear and violence. Albie, that sounds like something a rebel might say. It does? But if that Lady Kira really is one of Minister Inga's subordinates... Exhausted trying to get the baby to sleep so I can. Oh. That would exonerate Miss Maya. Unfortunately, I have no way of proving it in court. Oh. That's too bad. Oh, I almost forgot about the secret rebel hideout we found in the inner sanctum. Even though I just went to it. There is a bloodstain inside, but I don't know if or how it's connected to this case, though. Wow, a secret room at the inner sanctum? That would be a huge hit with the tourists. This kid really is an entrepreneur at heart. What I mean is that hideout could be important to your case. Maybe, but it's still too early to tell. Looks like I'm heading into court without any useful evidence. We'll just have to pray something happens during tomorrow's trial. Princess Raven's divination seance might be my only hope. There could be some new information in it that might help. The divination seance? But I thought it always works against the accused. Not always. Right. It's like Dirk used to say. The royal priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence. Really? I never heard anyone say that before. It's hard to figure you out sometimes, sir. Divination seances worked both ways for the Defense Culpability Act. It's only now that the people of Karain find it strange. Mr. Wright, I just wanted to say, good luck tomorrow.
Thanks. I can't afford to lose this next one. Collected all sorts of information, but I haven't even started connecting the dots. If I could do that, I might have a shot of pulling off a win. Rafa's insights will be the deciding factor. It's a huge gamble, but it's all I've got. To be continued. Time to change. Gonna do my best to finish the trial tonight. May 12th, 9:34 a.m. High Court of Kharain. Accused lobby. Maya looks exhausted, but I can't blame her.
Nick, I was thinking about it all day yesterday. I never properly asked you to defend me, did I?
Doesn't matter. I'm on this case till the bitter end.
I know. That's why I wanted to officially ask you for your help.
You got it, Maya. Let's do this. We gotta wrap this up and get back home so you can make your dream show come true. Steel Samurai versus the Plume Punisher, right?
You bet. You look as if you did not sleep last night, Barbed Head. It is written all over your face. How can you expect to put up a respectable defense like that?
I'm all fired up and raring to go. I guess Maya's not the only one looking exhausted. Rafa doesn't seem to be in the best spirits herself.
Go ahead, feign confidence now while you are still able. For I will see to it that your last rites are read to you this day.
Guess it was just my imagination.
Ready, Nick?
Okay, Maya, let's head on in. Court is now in session. All rise. Now then, if everyone is ready. The defense is ready, Your Majesty.
The prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay.
Oh, no prayers this time, Prosecutor Sadmati?
Already offered my prayers for the latest victim during my visit to the crime scene, being that the accused has already been found guilty of the first murder. Let us hasten this trial, so we may put this dead lawyer walking out of his misery.
I could not agree more. In yesterday's trial, the accused was already found guilty of murdering the high priest. And today she will be tried for the murder of her disciple, Pare Zealot. Now then, Prosecutor Sadmati, your opening statement, if you would.
Certainly. The accused has now slain two of the most devout clergymen in Kharanism. Even the lowest level of hell, the hell of tickling,
that's the lowest one,
would not be punishment enough.
Gulp. Then, what terrible fate awaits her?
Balgilpoken Hell, a realm of eternal agony. There she will suffer the endless punishment of Jagar by the Galoon of Pulmoten. Furthermore, I kinda need him.
Enough! My blood runs cold at the mere thought that such a terrible place exists. I was going to ask for a translation, but on second thought, ignorance is bliss. Now then, please continue, minus the part about the terrible hell awaiting the accused.
As you wish.
The victim of this heinous crime was the High Priest's disciple, Hooray Zealot. He had been training under the High Priest while living at the priest's home. I had met him a number of times, and he seemed like an earnest young man. How tragic that he met such a terrible end. The murder occurred at the Plaza of Devotion during the Purification Rite. It was a bold crime carried out while the plaza was full of the faithful deep in prayer. The Warbad dagger was found impaled in the victim's upper back. The stabbing caused a spinal cord injury that killed him instantly. Ah, the Warbad dagger, Lady Kira's weapon of choice. Holy shit, what a way to stab someone, for real. We've already established that the accused's prints were on the weapon. Incredibly damning evidence in itself. No, I didn't do it! Hold your tongue. Now, being that the accused, Maya Fey, is a serial killer, the prosecution believes that the death penalty is the only possible sentence. Would the defense care to respond? The accused is innocent, and nothing can convince me otherwise. After all, the crime scene was packed with worshippers. How could my client possibly have committed this murder without a single witness? Stupid, stupid twink. The accused's fingerprints on the murder weapon alone is enough to render a verdict. As such, I see no need to debate this any further. But... well, once her benevolence conducts her seance, it will be clear for all to see. Your Majesty, might I have a word? Is something the matter, Prosecutor Sadmati? It is about the divination seance. Your benevolence? Stop right there, Prosecutor Sadmati. As you wish. Forgive me for overstepping my bounds. What was that all about? Barbed Head, have you made peace with your fate? For this time, the divination seance will bring you to your knees. I'm ready, and I accept your challenge. The only problem is I have no weapons at my disposal. Either he's... this could go one of two ways. Either he's sparing Phoenix because the evidence is just so damning, or he was trying to prevent her from doing it because it's a little too easy. But I think it's the former. Our only hope now is what we can glean from the seance vision and Rafa's insights. Very well. The divination seance, if you please, your benevolence. Yes, let us begin. Nena?
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
They blew the whole animation budget on this? For real. Every time I just go silent. I'm like, should I just like let this play out? I feel like it'd be disrespectful. I don't get it. Why wasn't there anything to see? Your benevolence? What in the world? I was unable to evoke any sort of response. I called out the spirit's name many times, but to no avail. Just as I thought. Oh, a secret third option. Wait, what does he know that we don't? I had sought to confirm the contents of today's divination seance. After all, it is customary for the prosecutor to verify it beforehand. Come to think of it. I must go perform a divination seance for Pere Zealot. It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before a trial begins. And that is why I sought to stop her benevolence from performing it here. However, she insisted that it be done. She wished to try one more time here in the Hall of Justice. It would appear her benevolence is tired from her manifold duties. I am not anything of the sort. The victim's spirit will not answer my call, but I know not why. It is my sacred duty to convey the truth through the divination seance. Rafa, what are we to do without a divination seance? I suppose I shall have to deliver the last rites without them. The prosecution has already taken that into account when preparing for today. I'm fully capable of proving the accused's guilt with or without a divination seance. Ha 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 ha. You never fail to impress, Prosecutor Sadmati. This is bad. The divination seance was my one and only hope. Your Majesty, her benevolence said she isn't tired, so shouldn't we try to find out why the divination seance failed? Huh? How curious, Mr. Wright. Why have you suddenly taken such a keen interest in the divination seance? Yes, explain yourself. The divination seance is for shedding light on the accused's crimes. It is the Holy Mother's hammer of wrath that is ever poised to pound you into your grave. The only pounding I'm gonna be involved in is with Miles Edgeworth. I don't know who that is, but good for you, man. You should fear it, not plead for it. I believe in my client. Plus, yesterday, somebody told me something that changed my mind. The divination seance was once thought of as just another piece of evidence. Miles can get it. Who is Miles Edgeworth? I don't know who that is. If we were to correctly interpret the visions through careful analysis, then they would lead us to the truth behind what really happened. Plus, it's kind of worked in my defense the last two cases. And the truth will show that my client, Maya Fey, is innocent. The truth is, you don't have anything else to fall back on, huh, Nick? Maya, please, you're not helping. It'll be worth edging him for Miles. How dare you? The voice of a Mitama is to be feared, not utilized by vile lawyers such as you. Seances exact a heavy toll upon the royal priestess. It would be best not to burden her any further. Or does the defense feel that it can pose no counter-arguments without the seance? No, of course not. He saw right through me. I'll have to find a way to make the divination seance happen, or we're toast. Well, since the divination seance is not possible at this time, I see no other choice. Let us proceed the trial without the seance, as Prosecutor Sadmati suggested. Thank you, Your Majesty. Why, you? I will not forget this, barbed head. This will not be the last you see of me. Now then, I will now proceed by providing an outline of the case at hand. Very well. If the lead detective would please come to the stand, we may begin. Sorry, Mr. Wright. Detective Sky, I understand how you wish to save the accused and the defense. They are your friends, after all, but you must let them go and move on. But there is only one way to save them now, by giving their souls the chance to burn away the taint of their sins in the infernal flames. Oh, I can't do this. No eating in the Sacred Hall of Justice. Sky. Yes? Don't worry about me and Nick. You just do your job. I'm sure Nick will figure something out. Eventually. Right. Thanks, Miss Faye. Oh, very brave for a criminal with a tainted soul. Very well, Detective Sky. Please proceed. Okay, I can do this. Let me start with an overview of this case. The latest victim was Pere Zealot. He had been training under the High Priest and living at his house for the past 2 years. The High Priest's widow, Believe in Me, has identified the victim's body. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection to the High Priest. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. Would the defense care to respond? I didn't spot any inconsistencies in her testimony so far. I don't have any evidence in my arsenal. What am I gonna do now? What is it, Maya? I was just wondering about how much the police actually looked into Acolyte Zealot, because it just might prove to be the key as to why the divination seance failed. What are you getting at? Well, it's just a hunch. Wait a second. During my investigation, Rafa told me about how the divination seance works. If I could figure out why it failed, maybe she could try it again? Okay. Time to press for some more information. What kind of person was Acolyte Zealot? According to the neighbors and others who knew him, he was a deeply devout youth. I, too, have heard his name mentioned as one who was a fervent practitioner. I suppose you might say he was the High Priest's star disciple. Furthermore, they were on about names. You're on about names a lot. Maybe that wasn't the victim's true name that she called out during the seance. Oh, yeah. That's a good point. I've been training under the High Priest and living at his house for the past 2 years. 2 years? Are you sure about that? We took statements from his neighbors and his fellow monks. They all corroborate our initial findings. What about you, Maya? Well, when I first came here, I saw Zealot praying under the High Priest's instruction. I see. So the results of the police investigation seem to check out. The High Priest's widow, Believe in Me, has identified the victim's body. Was Mrs. Inme's positive ID the only way you verified the identity of the victim? Huh? Well, no. We also checked the ID card he carried and the data in his family registry. But what? His personal information didn't match any of the public records we cross-referenced. Maybe that's why the divination seance failed? I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Wright. Here's what I'm thinking. His address was wrong. Pere Zealot is a fake name. The victim decided to hide his identity for some reason. In other words, he was using a fake name. The royal priestess used a deceased face and true name to summon their spirit. Why, yes, that is indeed true. If he was using a forged ID and there is no mention of him in our public records, then he was likely an illegal immigrant. They are not uncommon here in Karain. An illegal immigrant? Come to think of it, Rafa mentioned something about immigrants yesterday. But if that's the case, we have no way of knowing who he really is. We'll have to proceed without holding a divination seance this time. I've always thought that Acolyte Zealot was Kuranese. Oh, how the High Priest must be lamenting his disciples' deception in the Twilight Realm. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think? Should we add this to the testimony? Yeah. This is an important fact. Please add it to the testimony. Would seem to be a fact most inconvenient for the defense. But if you insist, Detective Sky, please add what you just said to your testimony. Yes, Your Majesty. Alright, we got an addendum. He was an illegal immigrant, so we don't know his real name. Do we actually know his real name? Do we have evidence that says... Priestess acting as Lady Kira's representative must know her name. That name is Yumsan. Speaking this name is unforgivable. Lock this knowledge deep in your heart and devote yourself to prayer. That's Kira's name, but I don't know if Kira... I don't know if Kira is the same... I mean, he could be Kira. I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe. Isn't there some way to track down his real name? No, not if he was an illegal immigrant. You actually confirmed that he was in Karain illegally? Well, we don't have any conclusive evidence. There's also no evidence of him being a citizen of Karain either. Oh boy, now what do we do? But if there is a clue in the evidence you gathered... That's probably our only hope at this point. If he really was an illegal immigrant, our proverbial goose is probably cooked. I do want to say... I don't love... I understand, like, that's like a term that people use. I, for one, I don't agree with the usage of that term. Maybe that's a little political, but I wanna state for the record, I'm very I'm pro immigration, you know what I mean? Or if it's a translation thing, or if that's the vibe they were going for. I mean, I guess it's like, it's, I guess, like, factually speaking, like, if they're here, quote-unquote, illegally, yeah, like, that, I guess it's an easy way of saying it. I prefer undocumented, but obviously, like, undocumented does kind of mitigate the fact that it is against the law, which it is. If you come to a country and it's against the law, like, it is illegal. But I just feel like that term just has very... I don't like the connotation, especially illegal alien. I feel like that's even worse, because it's like, then it makes them seem like they're not a human. But whatever. It's fine. It's a game. But just from my own personal beliefs, I don't like the usage of it. Yeah. Okay, so my evidence must have some Yeah, I doubt they meant it like that. I think also this was 2016. It was definitely like a different time. So like, although this was released like last year, so they could have fixed it, but I don't know. I guess or did I say released? Re-released. Repackaged, but I don't know. I don't know if it's been that long. Only 9 years or 8 years since it was released last year, re-released last year. Okay, I gotta figure out what is the information that would point to him having a different name. I haven't the faintest idea. Maya isn't that Lady Kira who's been going around capturing rebels. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, but that verdict was already handed down in the previous trial. It is no longer a point of dispute, and I will not allow you to make it so. But no ifs, ands, and most of all, no buts. The accused was posing as Lady Kira, and she killed Acolyte Zealot because she mistakenly believed him to be a rebel. It's not true. I'm sorry. The verdict has already been read in that case. I have to assume that it's fact now. Now what do we do? Now I know why the divination seance failed, but nothing's really changed. Yeah, which means we're in big trouble. He really was an illegal immigrant. It's going to be real hard to find out his real name. I guess our only choice is to give up on the whole divination seance thing. If only there was some way to find out the victim's real name. Okay, I get that they're really trying to get me to look into it, but I don't know. May 9th newspaper. What's up, Muffin? Lady Kira returns to battle rebels. The Lady Kira-like figure that appeared 2 years ago remains a mystery. Some town elders see her as Lady Kira in the flesh. Such rumors are fueling the enthusiasm for today's purification rite. The thick white ice that froze the ground from the inner sanctum of the Plaza of Devotion until yesterday is melted. The rite can now go on as planned. We give thanks for the blessings of the Holy Mother and Lady Kira. Hapikari. Escaped prisoner alert. Police are asking the victim's subjects to be on the lookout for a male insurgent who escaped from Royal Penitentiary number 4 yesterday. Weather forecasts. The area around the inner sanctum will enjoy calm, clear skies today. The warm temperature will make for excellent prayer weather. Be warned, however, that we'll see a cold front move in overnight. Read your VTuber model? I did. 'Twas me. To rest in me's autopsy report. Time of death, May 10th, 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. Cause of death, blood loss from a deep abdominal wound caused by a bladed weapon. The wound appears to have been inflicted by the warbad dagger used in the right. The mark on his face is one borne by all members. Thank you. I worked very hard on it. Is one borne by all members of the Currenist clergy somewhere on their bodies. Records of who has what mark and where are kept at Temple. Okay. We got the inner sanctum photo. I'm really just looking for a name here. I'm looking for a name. Springwater was already stained red when we arrived at the inner sanctum on the day of the rite. Do not perform the rite. I know what you are planning. Plumed Punisher strap. Maya got this in exchange for her steel samurai watch. Pressing the Magatama on the belt plays the Plumed Punisher theme song, which begins with some traditional Kuranese instruments. Maya says its exotic sound makes it totally different, but it sounds exactly like the Steel Samurai theme song to me. Okay. It's a peach-shaped tattoo on the nape of his neck. Cause of death, spinal cord injury from a stab wound to his back. The weapon is thought to be the Warbad dagger, the same weapon used to kill the High Priest. Could we analyze the blood on it? Looks like you can't count on your bluffing skills to save your butt this time. Yeah, this is a tough one. Well, to me, there's something off about this one statement that seems off. Yeah, it does seem a little strange, doesn't it? Thanks, Maya. I'll take another look at the evidence. You can always count on me. Okay. I mean, one of these is the right answer. I just would rather not go about guessing. Maybe I'm thinking, I'm not thinking inside the box properly, or outside the box. Maybe it's more so the fact that maybe I'm proving that he's not an immigrant, an undocumented ignorant immigrant. Maybe the peach tattoo? Sorry, Detective Sky, but the police missed something important in their investigation. Huh? What are you talking about? The victim was undeniably a Kuranese native, and this crime scene photo proves it. It does? It's a little hard to see, but look closely. You'll see clear proof that the victim was Kuranese. Where? I don't see anything that would prove that. This proves the victim was Kuranese. Was it the peach tattoo? Look at this tattoo right here. Why, that's a tattoo of a peach? I would like you all to think about what the meaning is of this tattoo. Oh, the victim really liked peaches? Well, peaches are a favorite delicacy here in Korea.
They happen to be a personal favorite of mine. The sweetness of their abundant nectars and the softness of their perfectly ripe flesh. They are a blessing from the Holy Mother herself. Nick, I've suddenly got a craving for peaches.
After the trial, Maya. Right now we have bigger fish to fry.
Unfortunately, that is not a tattoo of a peach. Just not a peach, you say? Then what is it? Take a closer look.
Haven't you seen something like that before? Namely the tattoo on the High Priest's brow. Oh my!
What?
This mark is only borne by members of the Kernist clergy.
So that is what you believe it to be. But are they not utterly different shapes?
Sure, they're shaped differently, but there's a reason for that. Victim had the peach-shaped tattoo inked over an existing tattoo for some reason. However, because he was also he was a zealot, I guess, or he was part of the rebellion. However, the dark red portion is exactly the same as the mark all Kernist clergy bear.
Hey, you're right.
Until about 20-some-odd years ago, everyone did get one, didn't they? I myself bear one on my right buttock.
That's entirely too much information, Your Majesty.
Information on everyone who enters the clergy is maintained at the temple. All we have to do is look up a monk with a mark in the same spot.
I'm on it. I'll let you know if I get any hits. That will not be necessary. If you seek information on the clergy... I have it all right here.
Oh my, you never cease to amaze. So tell us, is there anyone who fits the bill?
There is just one, and his name is Real Nemu. He became a monk 20 years ago.
And that must be the victim's real name.
But why would he have tried to cover up his tattoo with another one?
Yeah, there must have been some reason.
Nick, that's not important right now. The important thing is we know his real name.
You're right. Your Majesty, now that we know the victim's real name, the divination seance might finally work. A lawyer who willingly seeks a seance. This is entirely unprecedented.
You are but digging your own grave, Defense.
We won't know that until we try. Sure, it's risky, but it's our only hope. Very well. Let the divination seance be held once more.
Why would a lawyer work so hard to see the divination seance be held once more? You are a fool, Barbed Head, and your foolishness shall yield no gratitude from me. For with the truth revealed by my insights, I shall gladly seek your demise.
Bring it on, Princess.
Because I will correctly interpret each and every one of your insights. You will regret ever thinking you could use my sacred insights as evidence.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes
I'm gonna use the bathroom.
here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Whoops, sorry, I didn't know it would autoplay past the cutscene. I get why they went all out on her dance animation. It's because they play it multiple times. Yeah, for real. How far back? It's just as Mr. Wright surmised. Hooray Zealot wasn't the victim's true name. And now at last we have seen the victim's final moments. But all we could see was the ground. You seem terribly disappointed. I take it you did not find any fodder for one of your infamous turnabouts. I, on the other hand, have discovered something. Conclusive evidence that established the accused's guilt. You did? Ha 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 ha. A most surprising surprise attack. So, tell us, Prosecutor Satmati, what is this conclusive evidence you have found? The Plumed Punisher theme song that the deceased heard. Please consider this item here. It was confiscated from the accused during her interrogation. Hey, that's my Plumed Punisher strap. When you press the Magatama on the Plumed Punisher's belt. Yeah. It seems the accused had inadvertently pressed the button in the midst of her crime. This strap is an extremely rare item, is it not, Miss Faye? You better not break it. There's only one of those in the whole wide world. Maya, no! It is just as I said. Your flights of fancy have come crashing down on you. She sure seems to be enjoying this. Yeah, I've never seen her look so thrilled before either. It is time to accept the fact that the divination seance is far more than mere evidence. It is the very truth that brings the hammer of justice down upon the accused. That is as conclusive as evidence can get. Now then, if there are no further objections... Slow down there, your majesty. At least let me make a counter-argument. What's this? Do you take issue with the divination seance? Oh, I have issues with it. I just don't know what they are yet. Classic Phoenix. But that's never stopped me before. The divination seance is not the absolute truth. It only becomes the truth after it's been interpreted correctly. You do not know when you are beaten, do you foolish lawyer? I'm the only one who speaks for the Mitama of the deceased. If you believe there is to be errors in my insights, then let us see you prove it. Okay, I have not seen this yet, so... But from what they were talking about, it looks like he's just looking at the ground, so I guess we're really just relying on a lot of the other senses. The victim was offering up his prayers. It was the night of the rite. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. Then someone was there, and the theme to the Plumed Punisher filled the air. The accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into his neck. The blade struck true, and in that instant he departed from this world. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments. Her benevolence's insight has painted a detailed picture, both vivid and true. Didn't notice any holes there. As they stand now, those insights are really stacked against us. We'll just have to go over each and every one of the deceased sensations very carefully. The victim was offering up his prayers. Okay. Wait. But we know that there was... Okay, so that's obvious. The moss, I guess the moss left a... What is Gingill? I'm gonna say a couple things. This is me theorizing. We know Maya has the plumed Punisher figure or keychain charm, right? She's showing it in this picture. She says that she didn't know Zealot super well. Is it possible that they traded? I got this in exchange for her steel samurai watch. I seen the Magatama on the belt plays the plumed Punisher theme song. Is it possible? I guess you can't see a watch. Wait. No, she got it from the wife. So then what must have happened is the wife did a little switcheroo. I don't know though, because this picture was taken before the murder and she's wearing the steel samurai watch. Maybe it's possible that I don't know. There's definitely something. There's obviously something there. But we're going a little ahead of ourselves. Obviously, or at least I strongly believe that this image is him. They said it was in front of, it was on the plaza, did they not? Yeah. But that's not right. I guess the plaza and this stone thing are of the same pattern. What is Gingle? Wait, okay, I did that wrong. Heavy. What? Am I just thinking too far ahead? I feel like whenever I like catch on to something, like it's always something that comes in later on and not like right now. Ugh.
Sure looks like you could use my help, Nick. Yes, please. Well, you know how the victim smelled gingle? The sensation just seemed out of place. What the fuck is gingle? Is it really the Knight of the Right? What do you mean? It could not be otherwise. The accused slew a acolyte zealot after killing the high priest during the purification rite. The only problem is the deceased spirit does not corroborate that. What's this? Take a good look at what the victim smelled. Do you see how it says gingle? Acolyte zealot shouldn't have smelled any gingle on the night of the rite. What do you mean? Let me back up my statement with some evidence for you. This should explain how the victim couldn't have smelled gingle on the night of the rite. Couldn't have smelled it. What is gingle? Smelling some gingle right now? Gingle. No, not gingham. Not Gangnam Style. What the fuck is gingle? Try incense or something? Oh. This should explain how the victim couldn't have smelled gingle on the night of the rite. I don't know. Bro, I already have conclusive evidence that that it was this. Can I just say that? No. I mean, this is the weather is gonna be cool. Or good. But it doesn't say anything about Gingle. Wait, Gingle was the... Was Gingle the food? That Maya was like, this was weird. I think it was. She was like, it looked weird, but it tasted really good. Right? Scuba doo doo. Scuba doo doo. Because I remember she was like, oh, they gave us something, and it looks kind of, it didn't look very appetizing, but it was love at first bite. Was that Gingle? Yup. The family photo was taken during the Feast of Blessings, where it's customary to partake in dishes made with Gingle. These dishes are only prepared during the feast, which starts at noon. Okay, yeah. The High Priest's wife, Believe in Me, told me about the Feast of Blessings. The feast includes a number of Gingle-based dishes, and they're only supposed to be served at a certain time the day before the rite. Why, I believe you're right. I'd completely forgotten about that. I'm kind of like those Christians that are Christian but they don't go to church ever, which is fine, but I just, you know. During the feast, the unique smell of Gingle pervades the entire kingdom. The fact that the victim smelled it means he was murdered between noon and 3 p.m. the day before the purification rite. Oh, so, okay, so then that would check out. That would clock with my theory then. Because it's possible... Well, honestly, not entirely. There's still some, like... If he was murdered beforehand, is that like a body double? I am not so easily fooled. Did that autopsy report not make it clear? The estimated time of death was during the rite. Oh, right. I taught her about that yesterday. Forgive me, your benevolence, but the estimated time of death is just that, an estimate. Depending on the circumstances, it's possible for it to change. What's this? Like, if a body was kept cold, the slowed rate of decay makes the death seem more recent. Why, I believe I have heard something of the sort before. It is as Mr. Wright claims, the estimated time of death in the autopsy report will have to be revised. Barbed head. You blinded me with science. Sorry. Wait, what am I apologizing for? No matter. The murder may have occurred in the afternoon hours the day before the rite. Nevertheless, the murder weapon with the accused prints on it is incontrovertible evidence. I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth. It was the afternoon of the day before the rite. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. Time of death has been corrected, leaving my insight infallible. Nick, a change in the time of death is bound to cause some sort of inconsistency. If I had something that showed what it was like on that day, it would really help. We do, don't we? The day before the rite. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground is visible. The thick white ice that froze the ground from the inner sanctum until yesterday is melted. The right can now go on its plan. So... So... I'm thinking it would, because it was icy, so he wouldn't have been able to touch the plaza. I think. Touch. Wow. Was he trying to push something? Was he trying to push it?
Objection!
Huh? What the hell? Oh, I can select the site by just doing the... okay. I guess. I think I... yeah. I think I am seeing what they're getting at. The change in the date and time of the crime has caused a new inconsistency to surface. What's this? You are making that irritating face again. Cease that at once. Sorry, but this is the face I was born with. Now let's focus on what is important. What the victim saw in his final moments. Do you have bats in your belfry, barbed head? There's nothing to see. The ground at the plaza was all that entered the victim's eyes. And that's what I find so strange. On the day before the rite, it should have been impossible to see that pattern on the ground. Impossible, you say? Do explain. This piece of evidence shows why the plaza's ground was not visible that day. The newspaper. This newspaper has an article that is tiny in size but huge in importance. It says that the ground was covered with thick white ice the day before the rite. What? But the victim did not see so much as an ice cube on the ground. Exactly. And so we must ask, what was the victim looking at in his final moments? You have something to say, then say it. The last thing the victim saw was not the ground at the Plaza of Devotion. This can only mean that he was killed elsewhere. What? 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 Then where do you propose the victim was actually killed? Yes, tell us where. Otherwise, your argument is worthless. About that. I hadn't gotten to that part yet. Any ideas, Maya? Let me think. Well, it's somewhere green and shaggy, right? Right, but where could that be? What is it, Barbed Head? Giving up already? Not at all. Now, where have I seen something green and shaggy? This shows where the victim was killed. The secret hideout the rebels were using. The rebel hideout? There was no such place anywhere on the floor of that chamber. You're absolutely right. There's no place on the floor anywhere. Then what did the victim see in his final moments, if not the floor of the rebel hideout? This is what the victim saw in his final moments. This pillar things for sure, yeah. The shaggy green surface the victim saw was one of those moss-covered stone slabs. As you can see, there are two distinct hand-shaped impressions in the moss here. I believe the victim was killed while he stood there with his hands pressed up against the slab. That does agree with the seance vision. However, one cannot definitively declare they are one and the same. I concur. There is no proof that a murder occurred in the rebel hideout. Indeed. What evidence do you have of this? I've already shown you the evidence. What do you mean? Please take a look at this second version of the photo I just showed you, and see the results of the luminol test I performed in the rebel hideout. This is proof positive that someone had been bleeding in front of that stone slab. Is this true? This information has already been provided to the police. Detective Sky, to whom does this blood belong? We thought it was the High Priest's blood that flowed in from outside, so we haven't tested it yet. Then you must do so at once! Sorry, voice crack. Yes, Your Majesty. You must do so at once! It appears the police have finished testing the blood. Detective Sky, your report, please. The blood found in the rebel hideout belongs to Pare Zealot, just like the defense claims. Puberty moment. Yeah, like 15 years too late. Detective Sky, do you realize what your blunder has done to me? When this trial concludes, I want to see you in my prayer chamber. There, I will deliver a joyous sermon unto you for 8 hours straight. I'm really sorry, but please, anything but that. Nick, maybe, just maybe, this is the chance we've been waiting for. Yo, can I go to his prayer chamber? That is a devout religious man. I don't think anything is gonna happen in that chamber other than a sermon. Yep, it seems so. I hate to do this to Emma, but go for it. It's full speed ahead. The Victim was killed in the rebel hideout the day before the purification rite. Then his body was moved to the Plaza of Devotion by someone we've yet to identify. Probably give a sermon while he bounces on it, right? That's crazy. But probably. So when we thought we saw a acolyte zealot praying during the rite, he was already dead. No, 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 no. And that's not all. If you call right now, we'll double your offer. If he was killed at the... We'll double your murder. Where'd the wind come from? Oh, don't worry. I always keep a giant fan to the side of me whenever I need to, just for dramatic purposes. If he was killed at the inner sanctum, that would explain one more thing. And that would be... Hey, what is that draft? How the time of death was made to look later than it actually was. Oh, they have it. Canned wind. Well, they have it. The time of death was made to look later than it actually was, proof of which was left behind at the sanctum. This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. Was it the strap? I feel like we're getting ahead of ourselves. I feel like that's where they're taking us, but I don't know if it's time yet. I don't know. Oh no. Could be anything, honestly. Does this sound like the Fall Guys theme? Clean slate. I don't know, there's a lot of things that they could have used. I guess the charm, maybe? But I feel like that's getting ahead of ourselves. Like, I don't think we're there at the... ready to point out the actual perpetrator. Damn, I gotta start all the way back here. Boo doo doo doo. Boo doo 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 doo. Quiet now, it was the rebel leader guy. I feel like it was... I feel like it could have been the wife, though. Because I feel like the rebellion is like a more overarching. Like, I feel like they're still setting that up. But it's possible. My theory about Dirk is that because he was accused of murder, right? But he probably didn't actually do it. That's usually that feels very on par with Ace Attorney lore, where it's like it was actually someone else, and that's probably gonna be like the 5th case, if I'm honest. Like what happened with this situation. But we'll see. Do 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 do. Do they put him? Maybe they put him. They moved him there so it looks like he was praying with everybody else, because they wouldn't have discovered it until he like stopped moving, or he wasn't moving when everybody else got up. What the freak? Dude, these are all probably right. They're just not the right thing for this moment. You wait till Miles shows up to make fun of Phoenix and give him kisses. I think that's probably gonna happen at some point. I think since he makes an appearance in like every game. Did he make one in 4? That might have been the one that he didn't appear in. But every other one he has. But 4 and 5 were kind of a flop anyway. The Ace Attorney's Kia era. Their Katy Perry flop era. They got out of the power couple in this one, right? It's got Maya. I've been told this one is very much like the all-rounder. Like they bring a lot of characters back, which they already kind of have a lot of them. So I mean, they brought back Maya, they brought back Science Girl. Truly the Smash Ultimate of Ace Attorney games. I mean, honestly, yeah. Like, I feel like the only thing left for me is I need them to bring back Gumshoe. I know he makes an appearance in the Edgeworth games, but I need him now. Apparently the Edgeworth games take place around 4 through 6. I'm excited to play those at some point, but I'll probably take a break before then. But those will be the next ones chronologically that I play before I play Chronicles, which is like a whole different ballpark. Alright. Dude, I don't know. The photo? Why, these are photos of the inner sanctum? I'd like you to focus on this one. The proof is right here in this photo. This is how the time of death was made to appear later than it really was. Do you see how the snow has been removed from this one spot only? Finally, the snow spot. That's because it was used to keep the victim's body cold. And that's why the time of death wasn't what it seemed. The time was mistaken, and the place too, and just what do you believe that proves? That my client is innocent. What of her fingerprints on the dagger and the plumed Punisher theme the victim heard? You have failed to address these two key pieces of evidence. I see your point. Wasn't this your big chance, Nick? I'm really hoping that the difference in location can invalidate either the weapon or the theme song from being used as evidence against you. Actually, that might be possible, at least for one of them. Really? What's this? You say you can contradict our argument for a key piece of evidence? Very well, let's see you try it. Nick, take a good look at the rebel hideout photo. Oh. The defense can invalidate this piece of evidence. The plumed Punisher theme? The plumed Punisher theme? And how do you intend to support such a claim? Since the murder happened in the rebel hideout, there's something there that played the theme song other than my client's strap. It wasn't the strap? Is that true? The item that played... Oh! The item that played the plumed Punisher theme song was this. The clock. This is a plumed Punisher alarm clock. I believe the victim heard its alarm go off. What proof do you have that the alarm went off? What proof do you have that it was my client's strap that played the theme song? Yeah, do not twist the facts with your lawyerly wiles. Either way, the accused would still be guilty based off of her prints on the murder weapon. And here is what really happened. Oh, we still doing this? Alright. Victim stood with his hands on the stone slab in the hideout. It was the afternoon of the day before the raid. The blade struck true, and in that instant he departed from this world. There have been some twists and turns. That is the truth of what happened. Won't get anywhere until I can eliminate the dagger. Most impressive, your benevolence. I see no inconsistencies anywhere in the prosecution's case. No. There is one. What's this? You still claim there to be an inconsistency? Try as you might, the outcome will always be the same. It's the afternoon of the day before the raid. Someone was there, and the theme of the plumed Punisher filled the air. The accused plunged her knife into the defenseless victim's neck. The blade struck true, and in that instant he departed from this world. I don't know what I'm trying to disprove the fact that there was. I'm trying to get the dagger out of the equation, right? Did he? That was to rust. Spinal cord injury from being stabbed in the upper back. I mean, I feel like I'm playing semantics here, but it says upper back, not neck, which I guess are kind of similar. They're kind of both. They're like, I don't know. Pain.
Objection!
Hmm. I wonder. I still think that he was pushing it. He wasn't. He wasn't just standing there. I think he was pushing it.
Objection!
The victim was originally thought to have been stabbed while bent over in prayer, but he was actually standing with his hands against the stone slab. So the question is, where did the sensation of something heavy come from? Yes, I see your point. Since the victim was standing, he couldn't have been held down. Beep. Thank you, Beyonce fan. Then tell us, Mr. Wright, what was that heavy sensation felt by the victim? What caused the heavy sensation Zella felt? Any thoughts, Maya? I agree that sense of heaviness seems important, but there's also the matter of Zealot's hands on the stone slab. Why were they even there? Could it be related to the cause of the heavy sensation? Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any answer for us? Yeah, of course. If I just envision the state Zealot was in when he was killed, the cause of the heaviness the victim felt was... the falling stone slab? The only conceivable cause is the stone slab falling over, trapping the victim underneath. What? Huh? I mean, it was loose. Oh. The stone slab came falling down on him, crushing him underneath. Right. That was the cause of the heavy sensation the victim felt. While your theory is impressive, you have overlooked a key fact. The victim was not crushed to death, rather he was stabbed. Oh yeah. Would you claim that the dagger was plunged in after the stab had fallen on him? Plus, had the killer been behind the victim, they would have both been crushed together. Well, would you care to explain? Sure, I'd love to. That doesn't mean I can. How could the dagger have been plunged in after the stab fell on the victim? The killer couldn't have plunged the dagger into the victim after the stab fell on him. But what if the murder weapon wasn't what we thought it was? Well, there were other weapons in the rebel hideout. But the entrance to the hideout is right by the stone slab. There isn't enough space between the two to use any of the weapons found within. Yeah, there's not much space by the entrance, is there? So, what was the real murder weapon then? I better think of something. The murder weapon wasn't the dagger. Then the dagger must have been plunged into the victim after he was already dead. That means he was stabbed at least twice, but the autopsy doesn't mention that. And he must have been stabbed in the same spot with something shaped like a dagger. Would the defense care to offer an explanation sometime this century? Wait, wasn't there something dagger-like near the scene of the crime? I guess. Something that had a shape similar to the Warbat dagger? Present your evidence at this time, Mr. Wright. This shows what really killed the victim. Is it a piece of ice or a broken piece of the lantern? Was it one of the weapons here?
Take that!
He was stabbed with dagger-shaped object. Those were your exact words, were they not? I do not see any similarities with the evidence presented. Now that you mention it, your ignorance shall cut you like a knife, defense. God damn it. God damn it.
Take that!
Is this not the photo from the scene of the High Priest's murder? Are you suggesting the murder weapon is hidden herein? This is what really took Pere Zealot's life. Well, I was thinking it was from the other photo. Oh, this.
Take that!
But that is the...
The Warbad statue?
Exactly. Right, I feel like I brought that up last stream. Like, why is this bloody? I guess that's why. The Warbad statue has dagger-like feathers protruding from it. That is what really took the victim's life.
You imbecilic fool. The statue is outside of the hideout. How do you impose it impaled someone who was inside?
Have you heard? The Warbad statue also functions as the hideout's door.
What do you mean?
The statue can pull a complete switcheroo.
Switcheroo?
To put it simply, it's a revolving door. Oh! Like that song by Tate McRae.
Sure.
A revolving door? Why, that makes perfect sense. Therefore, I believe the truth behind the divination seance to be this. As the victim entered the secret hideout, the stone sculpture came toppling toward him. He threw up his hands to stop it, but its weight forced him backwards. Unfortunately, the Warbad statue was right behind him.
This cannot be. But the accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger.
She held it while rehearsing for the rite, which is when her prints got on it.
Yeah.
This is a shocking turn of events, but there is a great deal of circumstantial evidence in the defense's favor. I believe we must accept that the Warbad statue was what killed the victim. Warbad statue added to the court record. Now that we know how Acolyte Zealot really met his demise, there's no basis for claiming my client committed this crime.
Nice work, Nick. How can this be happening yet again? The divination seance is the only truth.
Know your benevolence. It's not the truth itself, but it is a means for shedding light on the truth.
Yeah.
Do you understand now? Your kingdom needs lawyers so that they can interpret your insights.
But that means I have been misinterpreting the voices of the spirits all this time?
Your benevolence. Are you unwell? Oh, the color has drained from your face.
I will be fine. Continue your proceedings without me.
As you wish. Feel kind of bad for her. Heavy is the crown. Now then, I would have the defense continue. Is she finally starting to get it? I guess so. I do feel bad for her. She's like... How old is she? 14? Damn, yeah, she's 14 and she's like... all this pressure is being put on her, and in a clearly corrupt system, she probably doesn't, like, you know, this is all she knows. Please explain what you have learned now that we know how the victim actually died. Acolyte Zealot was killed in the hideout before the High Priest's murder. That means the body found at the Plaza of Devotion was moved there by the real killer. But only after the Warbad dagger was thrust into him, to make it look like the murder weapon. That does seem to agree with what we now know. But why would the real killer go to such lengths? I believe stabbing Acolyte Zealot's body with the dagger and moving it to the plaza was... to make it look like a serial murder? It was an attempt to make my client look like a serial killer. But I'll have you know, she only killed one person. Nick. I mean, she didn't kill anybody. That's right, the real killer planned all of this. This forged serial murder case. They did? That's it, Nick. Keep hammering away. Your reasoning has more holes in it than that cheese you foreigners so enjoy. What's wrong with the cheese? What? Like those putrid whole riddled clumps of turds of curds that only a rat like you could love. Your reasoning, much like your putrid whole riddled brain, has putrefied. What's his deal with things going putrid? Me eating my foreign cheese. You've yet to overturn my argument that the accused is the killer. A careful analysis of the chain of events up to the killing exposes the truth as follows. Disguised as Lady Kira, the accused had found the rebel hideout the day before the riot. But Acolyte Zealot had followed her there after noticing her suspicious behavior. Caught by surprise, she pushed the stone slab toward him, and we know the rest. Swiss cheese. I forgot what it was called. I've never been to the rebel hideout in my life. When the high priest arrived at the sanctum the next day, he realized what she had done. That is when the accused murdered him in order to silence him. I believe Prosecutor Saad Mahdi has posed a compelling scenario. The defense, on the other hand, has yet to disprove the accused's guilt. Why would my client move Acolyte Zealot's body to where everyone could see it? And why would she stab the dagger with her fingerprints into his dead body? She had no reason to do any of those things.
The dagger in his corpse was likely a warning to the rebels.
Something along the lines of Lady Kira will slay the defiant dragons. So that is why she moved the body to the plaza for all to see. Now he has the judge convinced too. Thought I'd finally made some headway. Well, Mr. Wright, about time for one of your groans of distress, is it not? Groan of distress? Kills me to admit this, but I've got nothing to counter his argument with. And I still haven't disproven the allegations against Maya. Is it not time to end your futile struggle? You were already judged guilty yesterday. That makes you a dead lawyer walking. Accept the death that now awaits you, and in doing so, finally know peace.
A dead lawyer walking indeed. Then again, are not all lawyers who practice in Karain? But I must admit, I misspoke earlier. Allow me to amend my statement. I had said the defense's reasoning had a putrid cheese-like smell. But I now realize the stench was from his own putrid body, on the verge of death.
Now I'm a rotting zombie. Think who could have killed Zealot the day before the riot? Who knew about the rebel hideout and could gain access to the inner sanctum?
Only those involved with the riot can enter the sanctum, so...
Wait a second. Only a rebel would have known about the secret hideout, and the only person who was involved with the riot had access to the sanctum, and was suspected of being a rebel is... Duh!
Did somebody come to mind?
Yes, except there's one huge problem.
Huge problem? What are you two going on about? Plotting your escape from this sacred hall? I would not put it past you, considering you have no means to raise further objection.
I don't do something, Prosecutor Sadmati will have this one in the bag. Just have to bluff my way out of this, regardless of that huge problem. Your Majesty, I believe there is another suspect in Pere Zealot's murder. Even the most benevolent Holy Mother would not forgive such a desperate lie. After all, you know very well that such a person does not exist. No, there is one person who knew everything. Does such a figure truly exist? Tell us, who might that be? I believe the prime suspect in Acolyte Zealot's murder is... Is it Terrest in me? It had to be someone allowed to enter the sanctum and who knew of the hideout. And that would be the High Priest. He would have committed the crime if it occurred the day before the rite. You would pin a crime upon the dead, knowing very well they tell no tales. Have you no shame? Dead men tell no tales, that is definitely a problem. Only the High Priest could tell his side of the story. Really, they do tell tales. That's the whole point of this place, isn't it? Right. What? Do I have something on my face? Wait a second. Could this actually work? Oh no. Don't tell me I have some of my breakfast caught between my teeth. No, if there's even the slightest possibility, I'll have to go with it. Your Majesty, dead men do tell tales. Therefore, I would like to request the High Priest's testimony. His testimony? And just how do you propose we get the deceased to testify? There's a way for the dead to testify. It's known as... channeling. Ho ho ho. Summon him here by means of spirit channeling. What did you just say? Spirit channeling? Has this lawyer finally gone insane? This is sacrilege! May the Holy Mother strike him down! Peace! I am frankly astonished you even know of such a thing. But spirit channeling is a secret art that only Her Eminence Queen Garand can perform. And Her Eminence is far too busy with other duties to perform it at our pleasure. Yeah, I definitely think something's up with the Queen, because they outlawed lawyers. She's the only one that can do channeling. She definitely got something to hide. I suspected as much. That means our only hope is... It's okay, Nick. You can tell them. But Maya... I thought you wanted to keep it a secret here in Karain. Something sussy's afoot. Don't worry. It's not like it's against the law or violates some religious precepts, so... I don't think we'll be punished. At least, I hope not. This is a crucial period for you. It'll decide whether you become Master of Karain. We don't have any other choice now, do we? If I'm found guilty, it'll be a lot worse than not becoming Master of Karain. Alright. Thanks, Maya. Actually, there is someone here who is capable of channeling spirits. But even Her Benevolence Princess Rafa finds the divination seance to be a challenge. Who could possibly have greater spiritual power than she, aside from the Queen? That would be me. Is this some sort of joke? A foreigner could not possibly have such power. Even the royal priestess is incapable of such a feat. Peace, peace, I say. Is this true? Is the accused capable of performing the secret art of spirit channeling? Well, yes. Yes, I can. Now, Your Majesty, we'd like your permission to begin. Your Benevolence. This is an outrage. An outrage, I say. First, you make a mockery of the divination seance, and now spirit channeling? Her Benevolence speaks the truth. Spirit channeling is a sacred rite. Poor devils! I say they should be put to death immediately. Still your voices. Barbed head spirit channeling is a most sacred and secret of arts. Are you prepared to face the consequences of what you propose? Yes, I am. Your benevolence, are you saying you approve of their use of spirit channeling?
I will judge whether their claim is true. If this is but another one of their lies, they shall be executed on the spot.
Very well then. Your benevolence? What if the accused accidentally calls forth an evil spirit?
Do you truly believe this foreigner is capable of channeling spirits?
Oh, no, but I wanted to be sure, as I am responsible for the safety of all present.
Well, an inexperienced practitioner could inadvertently call forth a dangerous spirit. But do not fear, for I have a Magatama of parting. With it, I can send spirits back to the Twilight Realm by halting the flow of spiritual power.
That is a relief indeed.
These foreigners have thrown down the gauntlet. Let us not shirk from their challenge. We must prove them guilty and deliver their last rites. Do I make myself clear, Prosecutor Sadmati?
Perfectly, Your Benevolence. Very well. The accused may channel the High Priest's spirit. But first, we must take a short recess to prepare. We will resume as soon as the preparations are complete. Until then, this court is adjourned. Well, well, well. Let's finish this thing. Sorry, Maya, but this was the only way. You sure you're up for this?
Thanks for believing in me, Nick. Even though I don't know if my channeling ability is on point yet.
Oh, right. Before she started training here, her success rate was only about 30%. I know you can do it, Maya. At least, I hope she can. So, you sure you're ready?
Yeah, at least I think so.
You don't sound so confident. What about all your training?
Training's one thing. Actually doing it is another.
Oh, I see. Uh-oh. If she fails to channel the High Priest, we're as good as dead.
Relax, Nick. You can count on me. I'll show you what my training's done for me. This will be a moment you'll never forget.
Okay. Let's hope it's unforgettable in a good way.
Once we hear Abbot Inmi's story, I'm sure the truth will come to light.
I hope so, but he was hiding the fact that he was a rebel, so I doubt it'll be as cut and dried as all that. They are ready for you. Please return to the Hall of Justice at once. Okay, Maya. I'm counting on you.
You got it. Here we go.
We have received official approval for the accused to channel a spirit here today. Now, if you will, Miss Fey, please proceed.
Yes, Your Majesty.
I can't believe this. Only the Queen should channel spirits.
Execute them! Put them to death right now!
Come on, Maya. Counting on you.
I've been studying here in Korean for 2 years now, so that one day I will be the master of Crane, a village of spirit mediums back home. But first, I shall show you all the fruits of my training in your kingdom.
Wow, she seems really confident.
A neophyte practitioner such as you could not possibly channel a spirit. Okay, Your Benevolence, how about this? If I succeed, will you stop calling me a neophyte? Very well. If you succeed. Oh, I will. Just you watch.
Oh shit. It's been a minute.
Oh, spirit of trust in me, slumbering inside something, return now!
Ah, Jesus. What is this place? Oh my.
No! This cannot be. Polkunka.
It's the High Priest. The accused really can channel spirits.
I don't believe it. The accused's spiritual power is the root deal.
Go Maya. I do not understand. This cannot be. This simply cannot be. I must step out now before I forget myself.
Abbot in me. Would this be the Twilight Realm? And what of this luxurious mane of hair? Is it perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother for decades of faithful service? Oh, Abbot in me. My, but if it isn't His Majesty, have you too shuffled off that mortal coil? Not yet. Please do not count me among the dead. It is only you who has passed on. But the spirit medium Maya Fey has brought you back among us today. Among us, you say? Why, Acolyte Fey has mastered the secret art of spirit channeling? I suppose that explains these gorgeous locks. When I pass from this world, I too hope to be channeled with the full head of hair. Sussy. Though it be for the briefest of moments, I give thanks for this splendid coiffure. Coiffure? Praise be to the Holy Mother. However, this kimono is a bit too snug for my tastes. If you would excuse me. I can't believe the judge actually said that, I know. There, that is better. I thought you were doing an ad-lib at first. I feel like the judge is full of surprises. Could we get to his testimony now? And I wish he'd kept his top on. Why are you that foreign lawyer the people speak of as late? And is this not the Hall of Justice? Why have I been summoned here? Forgive us for calling you back from your eternal rest. But you have been accused of murder. Might we ask you to testify on your own behalf? I have been accused of murder. That is troubling indeed. What's with that crazy pose? Is this really cause for such astonishment? Even the lowliest of monks can achieve such a body control with the proper training. Oh, I wonder if Albie will be able to do that someday. Will the defense... What do you mean by that? Will the defense please explain the situation to the High Priest? I'd be happy to. Your disciple Pere Zealot has been murdered. Happened on the day before the purification rite. The crime occurred in the rebel hideout hidden within the inner sanctum. Acolyte Zealot? He has been killed? Who would do such a thing? Someone who knew of the hideout and had access to the inner sanctum. In other words, you, Abbot in me. After all, weren't you secretly a rebel? Oh dear. That's still Maya's body. I hope he doesn't break anything. Wow, the High Priest is amazing. To think he has mastered it is such an advanced pose. He's still worthy of our veneration. Praise be to the Holy Mother. Praise be to the Holy Mother. Oh my, have my rebel allegiances been exposed? Not even my wife knew of that. It seems to rest in peace is not my fate. Why did you, a devout priest of Cranism, join the rebellion? The High Priest has come back to us for but a brief time, Defense. Shall we not cut to the chase and ask the most pressing of questions? Oh, Right. Abbott and me, the prosecution believes the one who slew both you and Acolyte Zealot to be Maya Fey, who had been playing the role of Lady Kira in the right. Being that I was dead until just a moment ago, my memory is a bit hazy. Could you please do your best to remember?
Objection!
The High Priest says his memory is hazy. It is all coming back to me. It is as Prosecutor Sadmati concluded. I was slain by none other than Maya Fey. The High Priest's statement has proven my assertions with regards to his murder correct. No! But what about Acolyte Zealot? You were the one who killed him, weren't you? I know not about my disciple's murder. Furthermore, I have an alibi of my own. An alibi? Seriously? It seems the testimony the defense had been hoping for is working against him. Now, Abbott and me, your testimony, if you please. Yes, of course. I have an alibi. I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which the murder took place. Just past noon on the day before the riot, I was entertaining guests at my home. And I believe my guests can corroborate this. You had guests? Just past noon. That's right about the time Zealot was murdered. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. Come to think of it, Rafa told me about a spirit's memory. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of its death and this moment it is channeled? Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. The High Priest seems to know exactly what he's talking about. So the question is, what would be the best angle of attack?
Hold it!
Use the word alibi as if it were a second nature. Are you perhaps mocking me? Or is it perhaps the kingdom of Korean itself you wish to ridicule? Come on, everybody and their grandma knows what alibi means.
We're not a bunch of country bumpkins here. We have plenty of courtroom drama on TV.
Please, peace, I say. Mr. Wright, would you care to clarify your last statement? Please, don't take it the wrong way. It's just alibi is a rather technical term for a priest to use so naturally. I assure you, I know how to use the term. In fact, I had even hoped for a chance to do so one day. I suppose that even I, a high priest, am not immune to such trivial worldly attachments. Oh, I see. Still, he seems unusually calm and composed. It's almost as if he had prepped himself for something like this. Just past noon on the day before the riot, I was entertaining guests at my home.
Hold it!
Guests? And you were entertaining them personally? That I was. We gathered around the table for a most enjoyable conversation. He said his guests could corroborate his alibi. That can be good for our case. Do. Sorry, okay. It's just looking, I don't, apparently the longest, this game has the longest case in the game, but it's not this one. So I wanted to make sure it wasn't. Because if it was, then I was thinking about just doing a 3-parter, but I think it's number 5 that's the longest. Because it's really long. Are you sure that was the same day as the murder? Maybe you misremembered. Maybe you misremembered. Yeah, didn't everyone think he died a day after he actually did? How would he know which day he died? It's a good question. I would just assumed that, like, he would have recalled, like, memories of a day, like, before he died, but I don't know. Maybe you've misremembered? Gah! Do not doubt my mnemonic faculties. I may have died, but my memories up to that point are crystal clear. Sorry, he's pretty thin-skinned for a priest. I guess I should have known better than to doubt his memory. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of its death and moment it is channeled. Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. Ah, there's nothing better than enjoying Gingle cuisine with dear friends. Remember Gingle? That way, everyone's breath becomes equally malodorous. Right. I believe my guests can corroborate this. And who exactly were your guests that day? Don't tell me they were rebels, so they can't be called here to testify. It was none other than His Majesty, along with his family. He couldn't attend the rite due to work, so he stopped by ahead of time. My, how his daughter has grown. Wait a second. Let me set the record straight right now. I am not a rebel. Thank you for that wonderful meal, Abbot Inme. Lady Inme's cooking simply cannot be beat. So there you have it. When exactly was His Majesty at your home? He was there from 2 to 3 p.m., indeed precisely the time period within which Acolyte Zealot was slain. Yes, and we had a rousing chat concerning the game of Kachudamal. But I'll just have that added to the testimony. After all, it was I who visited the High Priest's home. My guests that day were His Majesty and his family. They visited from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Okay, so what happened between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m.?
Objection! Hold it!
Your Majesty, are you sure this testimony is completely accurate? As sure as sure can be. Oh, how wonderful it is to finally have my actions be admissible as evidence in court. His Majesty was at my home during the exact time period of the murder. Come, let us put this behind us. I could not have possibly committed this crime. How could you be so sure? What if the clock or watch you were using was off, or you misread the time? There was a clock right near the table, and it had the exact time as my watch. Now do you understand, lawyer? As you can see, my alibi is airtight. Would you still think I could have killed Acolyte Zealot? His Majesty's a witness?
Are you satisfied now? There is not a single discrepancy in Abbot Inme's alibi.
If I give up now, it's all over. Now hold on 1 second. Is there anything wrong with the High Priest's testimony? I'm gonna say there isn't. Wait, never mind.
I thought as much. After all, there can be no killer other than the accused.
Indeed, and therefore I see no need to continue these proceedings.
Do I really want to give up now?
If I do, Maya will be found guilty. Is there really not a single thing wrong with the High Priest's testimony? Please, your Majesty, wait. There is a discrepancy in the High Priest's testimony. There is? Well then, perhaps you could explain what it might be. This is what was wrong with his testimony. He knew the time of the crime? After Abbot Inme was channeled, no one ever stated what time Acolyte Zealot was murdered. Now that you mention it. Despite that, you claim to have an alibi from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. That means you knew that Acolyte Zealot was dead when you were still alive. Oh! Wait, I think I saw something just now. No, I must be imagining things. So, tell me, how did you know what time the crime had been committed? About that. Open your heart, let the Holy Mother in. Why, we've been blessed with the High Priest's sacred words of prayer. All who serve her holiness must strive to banish worldly desires from their soul. Open your heart, let the Holy Mother in, purge your mind of greed and bias. I feel as if my very soul has been cleansed.
You can't fool me. Prayer may banish worldly desires, but it can't make a contradiction disappear. How can you be so sure?
What's that supposed to mean?
This lawyer seems to think little of the power of Corinne's prayer.
Huh?
Abbot Inme was at home during the crime, but knew of what happened at the hideout. I believe this can be explained thusly. He must have had a way to monitor the hideout from his home.
What? You never cease to amaze, prosecutor. As he has surmised, there was a listening device installed at the hideout. It enabled... Oh yeah, there was a mic, wasn't there? It enabled me to instantly learn of anything unusual, even when I was not there.
Remember, the rebels had been using this as a top-secret hideout. It would be perfectly natural for them to install such an apparatus.
Wait, come to think of it, when I was searching the rebel hideout... There's something under the banner. A microphone? What's this doing here? Someone trying to record something with it? That was a listening device? It starts recording whenever it detects movement. I heard just such a recording after His Majesty and family left. If you look in the desk in my study, you will find the tape in question. Alright then, bailiff. Yes, Your Majesty. Go retrieve the tape in question from the High Priest's home. At once, Your Majesty.
The power of Corinne's prayer. Even a putrid brain such as yours should understand it now.
It's like the contradiction really did vanish. We shall ascertain the content of the recording once we have the tape. In the meantime, I would ask Abbot Inme to continue with his testimony. Very well. I was entertaining His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Faye. After that, there was a loud noise, followed by a haunting silence. I have to find some way to attack his alibi. Only Maya were here. She has a way of putting me at ease. Seeing her like this is only creeping me out. Though the High Priest was a rebel, he was still a Karainist holy man. Therefore, take care in your questioning lest you invoke the ire of our people. How dare you suspect the High Priest? May the Holy Mother strike him blind. As if this wasn't hard enough already. Nice try, but I'll stop at nothing to find the truth. I was entertaining His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. A man and a woman, okay. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Faye. Hold on, are you sure about those voices? Was it really Acolyte Zealot and Miss Faye? I'd say that was the most reasonable conclusion under the circumstances. Or perhaps Acolyte Faye has an alibi that you can prove. I'm afraid not. Then I suggest you make like a mollusk and clam up. Now I will continue my testimony if I may. You heard everything from a recording? Indeed. Each night I would secretly check what the listening device had recorded. I would have been in serious trouble with my lovely wife had she discovered my secret. Can you really tell what happened by the audio alone? Long years of ascetic training have sharpened my hearing. It is but a simple matter for me to ascertain a situation by the sounds I hear. Practicing Karainism improves your hearing? Hearing is but one of the senses it can improve. If one can focus and attain inner peace, all 5 senses can be sharpened. Why, the war bat over in the bazaar just cried. Did you not hear it? Give me a break. You were entertaining His Majesty and his family during the crime? Indeed. My wife, Believe, was treating them to her wonderful home cooking. Your wife was there that day? Why, yes. She was in the kitchen cooking up a storm the entire time. Come to think of it, I don't think I saw her at all that day. She takes her culinary duties most seriously, you see. That is why she was in the kitchen cooking without pause the entire day. So the judge never saw Mrs. Inme? Should I have Abbot Inme add that statement to his testimony? Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. What was your wife making that day? The menu that day featured Atin Supais and Melton Mout. They are both traditional Kuranese dishes. Can't even begin to imagine what those are. Ah, yes. The exquisite zest of Hatten spice and the extreme texture of Melton Mout. Lady Inme's cooking that day was utterly unforgettable. Thank you. It brings me great joy to know that you enjoyed your meal. Now, once His Majesty and his family had left... loud noise. I'd say that's worth looking into. It was a terrible crashing sound. Poor Acolyte Zealot. It must have felt so heavy. Must have been the sound of that stone slab falling over. Have him add that statement to the testimony? Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. Would describe the noise as a terrible crash. Poor Zealot. It must have felt so heavy. Okay. But the stone statuette is still standing.
Objection!
Damn it.
Objection!
Can't find any inconsistencies in here. Maybe I just don't have enough information yet. Should try pressing the witness some more. Some more?
Hold it!
You believe that terrible crash is connected to Acolyte Zealot's death? Yes, the sound, no doubt, was poor Zealot's death knell. Such a tragedy, for he was a fine disciple. Would ask all here today to give a prayer for his departed soul. Zashire Matami Yoma. Zashire Matami Yoma. Zashire Matami Yoma. I had high hopes for that young man's future. Zashire Matami Yoma. I feel like such a jerk for just trying to do my job right now. Mr. Wright? Do you still feel the need to question the High Priest? His alibi is as tight can be. This isn't going so well. I better ask him about something else. I'm curious, Abbot in me. Did you stop by the rebel hideout after His Majesty left? Yes. I thought it would be wise to assess the situation, but as I said before, there was nothing to see. The hideout appeared as it always had. And the victim's body? It was nowhere to be found. Acolyte Faye must have already disposed of it, and anything else incriminating. So when you saw the rebel hideout, it looks like it does in this photo? Yes, I would say that it is now. That is how it appeared that day. So the stone slab had been put back in place. Mr. Wright, is it not time to concede defeat? No, wait, I just need a little more time. You insist.
Objection!
I have the right idea. Abbot in me, you said, and I quote, "Poor Zealot, it must have felt so heavy." Why do you think he felt something heavy? You said that the hideout looked like it did in this photo. If so, there's nothing that would lead you to believe he had experienced a heavy feeling. The fact is, of course, a stone slab did fall over onto Acolyte Zealot, impaling him on the Warbat statue behind him. But that was only revealed through her benevolence's divination seance earlier. Would the defense please get to the point? I'm getting there. My point is, simply hearing a crashing sound shouldn't have automatically led him to conclude the victim was crushed to death. I still don't see your point. I'm saying that the High Priest knew. He knew how the victim was really killed. Why? And that is information only the real killer could have known. I definitely saw it that time. Got the High Priest's spirit shaking in his boots, or should I say sandals. I'm still here, by the way. Need I remind you, Abbot Inmee was with his majesty at the time of the crime. Such an alibi precludes him from being the killer. That's true, so he can't be the killer. However, he knew how Zealot was killed, something only the killer could know. Can this discrepancy be resolved somehow? Well, Mr. Wright, we're waiting for an explanation. I was just getting to that. Time to think of something quick. The High Priest knew something only the killer could have known because he heard it from the real culprit. He must have heard how the victim died from the real killer. The real killer? Of course, that makes perfect sense. I don't want to believe it, but this is the only possible explanation. So tell us, who is this real killer? It's gotta be someone close to the High Priest, someone without an alibi. The person most likely to be Zealot's killer is... Believe. Your Majesty, while you were visiting the High Priest's home, you didn't see Mrs. Inmee at all, did you? No, I never saw her, but what does that have to do with anything? Did the High Priest ever leave your sight? No, we were talking the entire time, and the food was brought right to the room's entryway. So, the High Priest has an ironclad alibi. But his wife does not. What the devil are you insinuating? I'm insinuating that Mrs. Inmee might have killed Acolyte Zealot. You have a lot of nerve making such a baseless allegation. She had no motive to kill Acolyte Zealot. He was like family to her. No, we can't entirely discount the idea. Especially if you consider that Mrs. Inmee could have been the one posing as Lady Kira. It's not lost on me that Lady Kira sounds like Lady Killer. Even a fool must temper his foolishness at times. What are you, fucking Elizabeth von Karma? Or do you truly believe Lady Kira would kill Acolyte Zealot, though he was not a rebel? As we all know, the High Priest was secretly a rebel. It would follow that his favorite disciple could very well be a rebel too. Are you suggesting that Mrs. Inmee killed her husband as well? As sad as it is to think she'd kill her own husband to rid the kingdom of rebels, I don't think we can rule it out. Voice acting? Yikes! You claim my wife is the rebel-hunting Lady Kira, and that she slew both Zealot and myself? My lovely wife? That is utterly impossible. Gurk! Yikes, voice acting again. I've never seen the High Priest so angry. It is as Abbot Inmee stated, and the accused has already been found guilty of his murder. It is far too late to overturn it. What's up, Kirito? That's right, Mr. Wright. Now apologize to the good priest before he gets angry again. Quickly now. No, I'm not going to apologize. The true identity of Lady Kira is a major piece to this trial's puzzle. Admit it, Abbott and me. Your wife, Lady Inme, killed you. Yet even now, you continue to lie in an effort to protect her. How absurd. It appears the lawyer has forgotten. My lovely wife could not possibly battle the rebels in the guise of Lady Kira. For we were blessed by her holiness, and she is with child. Praise be to the Holy Mother. I completely forgot about that. That abominable Lady Kira figure who slew me and Acolyte Zealot was the accused. This is bad, but I can't give up now. Don't forget, my client doesn't have the strength to fight rebels either. How could a weak young woman like her possibly... You foolish oaf of a lawyer. If only you were as blessed as Lady Inme. What? Surely the accused possesses the strength, or should I say the power. The power to battle those black-hearted rebels. What are you talking about? My good prosecutor, I see you have come to the same conclusion as I. Such keen insight. Then you have figured it out as well, Abbott and me. May I ask you to explain it to this putrid-brained lawyer? Certainly, for I cannot allow him to frame my lovely wife for murder. Foreign devil! Your Majesty, allow me to testify as to how Maya fays that murderous Lady Kira. Well, if it would assuage your anger, then by all means, please testify. Acolyte Faye channeled Lady Kira's spirit. She's a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it. So it was the real Lady Kira who returned to root out the rebels among us. Among us. Among us. She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond any mortal woman. But do you understand? Do you understand now? Murder by spirit channeling explains everything. This is the only way the accused could have defeated one rebel after another. Indeed, I am a living, or shall I say dead, proof of her terrible power. My ability to channel spirits, it's come back to haunt her. Now, is it not time to let it go and move on, Defense? No, never. I'll never give up. Now what? Think. How can I prove that Maya couldn't have channeled Lady Kira? Acolyte Faye channeled Lady Kira's spirit. My client channeled Lady Kira? Isn't that a little far-fetched? Far-fetched, you say? Why, the very fact that I am here proves she has the power to channel spirits. But you've no proof she actually channeled Lady Kira. Oh, but I do. She's a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it. Well, it's true she may be capable of channeling Lady Kira. I doubt there's any proof she actually did. We are talking about the infamous rebel hunter here. That modern-day Lady Kira has captured many a rebel all by herself. What's up, Eichel? The hell, Ace Attorney? Long time no see. That modern-day Lady Kira has captured many a rebel all by herself, and among them have been more than a few great warriors. Who but the great Lady Kira could have accomplished such a feat? Been sleeping more? Well, that's good. We love a good sleep. Good for the body, good for the mind, good for the soul. It would be difficult for a mere mortal. That leaves the real Lady Kira of legend as the only likely answer. Indeed. Is this not proof enough that the real Lady Kira of legend had been channeled? The real Lady Kira of legend? That's an oxymoron if I've ever heard one. And again, the people of Karain believe legends to be true. So it was the real Lady Kira who returned to root out the rebels among us. Lady Kira is an actual person? Do you really believe there ever was a woman that powerful? I think you're right. Actually, what if the Queen channeled Lady Kira? It's possible? I just feel like that seems like a... I don't know, I feel like that would... I don't know. I mean, it's possible. I feel like I was speculating, but I feel like that's not the path that they're gonna take us to. But maybe. I think he's just like fronting for his wife. Do you really believe there was ever a woman that powerful, one capable of battling rebels much bigger and stronger than herself? God, I hope so. Okay, Judge. Need me a mommy like that. Aren't you married? There's no way to prove that. But to doubt the existence of Lady Kira is to doubt Karanism itself. It is not for us to question. We must simply believe. Yeah, how dare you doubt our legends? You'll regret saying that, you Pole Kukin. Lady Kira is fucking epic. Ulp. I won't get anywhere until I can refute their claims with some evidence. She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond any mortal woman. Strength far beyond any mortal woman? And just how strong would that be? You need but only look at the wound she inflicted upon my body, though I had hoped to never have to think about that again. Your wound? It's pretty deep, and there was a tremendous amount of blood. And while Acolyte Zealot was rather small in stature, he was strong. Nevertheless, he was no match for the sheer strength of Lady Kira. My spirit channeling is proof that she's Lady Kira? This is no good. To prove she didn't channel the original Lady Kira. That is true. That is true that she knew that, because... Not this. This one. The priestess acting as Lady Kira's representative must know her name. That name is Imsan. Speaking this name is unforgivable. Lock this knowledge deep in your heart and devote yourself to prayer. Yeah, so like, yeah, that's true. That's true that she knew. I mean, wasn't the string on it loose though? Is it possible that like that the wife was like eavesdropping?
Objection!
The Tome of Secrets is only given to the priestess who performs the purification rite. Is this your proof that my client could have channeled Lady Kira? Yes, indeed. For it contains the true name of Lady Kira, a secret only revealed within. Have it in me. I'm afraid you're mistaken. This couldn't have been used to channel Lady Kira. What nonsense! Mr. Wright, would you care to explain? This is why my client couldn't have channeled Lady Kira. I don't know, girl. Her name? Look right here and you'll see why she couldn't have channeled Lady Kira. What does that have to do with spirit channeling? Oh, nothing as far as I can tell. Well, as far as I can tell, this has everything to do with a penalty. Fuck you. Oh, the answer is here somehow, somewhere. Just need to remember the requirements for spirit channeling. Seems there can be no doubt that the accused channeled Lady Kira. No, she couldn't have. That's why my client couldn't have channeled Lady Kira. The face? She needs to know the face? Oh. Lady Kira's face is hidden behind a mask in the Tome of Secrets. Yeah, that makes sense. You need both a name and a face to channel a spirit. It can't be. Without a face, it would have been impossible for my client to channel Lady Kira. Oh my. Therefore, the claim that she became Lady Kira by means of spirit channeling is patently false. Gah. And with Lady Kira out of the equation, my client had no motive to commit murder. But then, who is the rebel hunting Lady Kira we've been reading about in the paper? Yes, who is this other suspect, if indeed there is one at all? Let us hear the defense's brilliant deduction. Think. Trade any of Lady Kira as the key to solving both murders. Thought Mrs. Inme was suspicious, but her pregnancy takes her out of the running. Mr. Rebel is a rebel, so that doesn't make sense. That leaves us with, Mr. Wright, you have that look again. The one where you know you have to say something, but you can't figure out what it is. It's my chance to really turn up the heat. Just have to stir the pot till something floats to the top. Your Magistrate, I know who's been posing as the rebel hunting Lady Kira. You do? Are you sure about that? Yes, completely. I sense that I may regret this, but please go on and explain. Thank you, Your Majesty. This who's been posing as the rebel hunting Lady Kira. Is it not Belieb? I mean, I guess... Is she the pregnant widow or whatever? Yeah, but she's saying that, like, they said, oh, it can't be her, so I don't know. Okay. It was the baby in utero. Just kidding. The unborn baby is able to channel. In me? Is there anyone else who might be able to channel? I doubt that it was Rafa. Who the hell? I don't know, girl. Okay. My client Maya Fey is the Lady Kira we've been seeking. But has that not been my assertion from the very start? It would appear the accused is guilty after all. I made a mistake, Your Majesty. I'd like to strike my previous statement from the record. Very well. But there would be no striking this. Oh, okay. Whoa, okay, I guess they programmed an alternate dialogue. Who have I not guessed? Zealot? Okay. The true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira we seek is Pere Zealot. What's this? The High Priest's murdered disciple was Lady Kira, you say? Peace, I say peace! The defense will continue. Yes, Your Majesty. I whittled down the list of suspects until there was only one left. But a process of elimination is not the same as solid evidence. I assume you have evidence to back up your claim. Yes, of course. I'll have some in a moment, that is. At least I hope so. Maya wasn't Lady Kira, and neither was Mrs. Inme, or any other possibilities. That leaves Zealot, and I have the evidence to prove it. The evidence that proves Acolyte Zealot was posing as Lady Kira is this. Burp, 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 burp. Burp, 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 burp. Girl, I feel like I've failed this more times than I've ever failed a case. This one's tricky. I think the double homicide aspect of it has definitely thrown a wrench in it. But I won't give up yet. This is what proves the Acolyte Zealot was Lady Kira. Lady Kira's warning letter. Why? I don't know. I just have a hunch. How absurd. What could that possibly prove? Prosecutor Sadmati, you stated that this warning letter proved that my client was Lady Kira, and the reason you gave was that the High Priest's house was locked tight. But there was another member of the family who lived there. Ah. Therefore, Acolyte Zealot could have delivered the warning anytime he wanted. What is he talking about? That's just not possible. Are you saying Lady Kira was not the culprit, but rather the victim? That's exactly what I'm saying. But that would overturn the entire premise of this case. Exactly, Your Honor. This trial has proceeded on the assumption Lady Kira was behind the serial killings. But if Lady Kira is one of the victims, who was the killer and what was their motive? The only suspect left is Mrs. Enmy. There's only one possible motive. What if Mrs. Enmy is a rebel? What? Fiend, you're still bent on casting suspicion upon my lovely wife? Blasphemer, you have no evidence of this. Repent for the mistrust in your soul. Well, you have no evidence either. After all, the dagger with my client's prints on it wasn't what killed Acolyte Zealot. And the plumed Punisher theme that he heard could have been an alarm clock. That means all of the evidence linking her to the crime have been called into question. Was Lady Enmy a rebel, and did she pose as Lady Kira to kill Acolyte Zealot? Or was Acolyte Zealot a rebel, and was the accused the Lady Kira who killed him? I would say either scenario is just as likely. What are we to do now? The alarm clock, you say? Did you mean the one in the rebel hideout? Yes, but what of it? So that's it. What's gotten into him? Oh, ha, 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 ha. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Abbott in me, just what is so comical? Forgive my outburst. That has simply tickled my funny bone. What did? The theme song came from the plumed Punisher clock, you say? That alarm could not possibly have gone off. What makes you say that? The clock was working just fine the last time I checked. Try using your head for a change. Would not the existence of a secret hideout be given away if an alarm kept going off? Wait, you don't mean... Indeed, we leave the alarm switched off at all times. No! In that case, I'm sad to say that the defense's claim does not hold water. Would you care to respond, Mr. Wright? Oh, this can't be happening. Not now. This should put an end to the lawyer's futile struggles. The theme song the victim heard from was the accused's strap, just as we suspected. Therefore, the accused is the rebel-hunting Lady Kira and the victim's killer. I need an opening, something I can raise an objection to. The plumed Punisher theme song Acolyte Zealot heard in his final moments. I too heard it by way of the listening device. But did you really? If you had heard it, why didn't you testify to the fact before? Is it not obvious? I did not know such a tune could become a key matter of dispute. Yes, the matter of the theme song came up before Abbott in Me was channeled. Oh, right. Well then, what if he's lying about the clock's alarm being switched off? Miserable wretch. What? That would be a pointless lie, one easily disproven. If you check the clock, you will see that the alarm is in fact switched off. Come to think of it. What a fine item. And this switch, if I'm right... We set the switch back into the off position before we left. I remember hearing it clearly. Those distinctive taiko drums in the intro are etched in my mind. They went... Daka don 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 don. Distinctive taiko drums in the intro? This trial has gone on for far too long. I agree. Shall we move ahead to the verdict phase now? By all means, and let us also return Abbot Inmi's spirit to the Twilight Realm. Before I go, let me say a word to my darling wife. Now hold on just 1 minute. Your Majesty. Yes? The High Priest's statement is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence. It is? Still you write the defiance of your fate? The very sight reminds me of a tortured soul writhing in flames. You won't be saying that once I show you the evidence. Now all I have to do is pick the right one. This piece of evidence is inconsistent with the statement about the taiko drum intro. This is what's inconsistent with his statement. My client's plumed Punisher strap. What does that have to do with anything? Plays the plumed Punisher theme song. And here it is, the theme to the plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. You see what I mean? The music the victim heard in his final moments might not have been the plumed Punisher theme song. I'm afraid I am not following you. What was it if not the plumed Punisher theme? In his final moments, Acolyte Zealot heard the Steel Samurai theme. Now it's coming together. There are no taiko drums in the intro of the plumed Punisher theme. So what Acolyte Zealot actually heard in his final moments was the theme of the Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. Peace, 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 I say, Mr. Wright. What is this Steel Samurai of which you speak? Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo Old Tokyo is an action hero show from America. The plumed Punisher theme is a total rip, it is very similar to it. If you didn't know about the Steel Samurai, you could easily mistake the two. But the fact that Acolyte Zealot heard music from an American action hero show is irrefutable evidence that the accused was in the secret hideout. Actually, no. You have it backwards. Backwards? That's right. Mrs. Fay met an avid plumed Punisher fan here in Karain. And as token of their friendship, she traded a certain Steel Samurai item she had for the plumed Punisher strap. And this avid plumed Punisher fan was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot? Yes. And that avid fan is none other than the High Priest's wife, Believe in Me. Do you have any evidence to back up this claim, Mr. Wright? For as forgiving as the Holy Mother is, I doubt she would tolerate yet another dose of your baseless slander. I suggest you suggest you prepare yourself to face Her Holiness's wrath. Oh, I'm prepared to turn this entire case upside down, that is. Wish I was that desk, bro. This is my last chance. I better take a deep breath and review the evidence. Very well then. Please present your evidence, if you would, defense. The evidence, yeah. I don't even have to think about this. It's right here in this family photo. Proof that Mrs. Inme and Miss Fey traded items featuring their favorite characters. A family photo. What exactly should we be looking at here? Proof that they exchange items featuring their favorite characters is right here. Oh, you really want me to spell it out? Gonna need to think about this. Instantly picks the item. I mean, it's been there the whole time. Look at Mrs. Inme's left wrist. It's a classic switcheroo. You can see the Steel Samurai's trademark top knot right there. Which clearly makes this a Steel Samurai watch. Why, I never knew your wife had such hobbies, Abbott and me. This family photo was taken right before Acolyte Zealot was murdered. By that point, my client had the Punisher strap, and Mrs. Inme had the Samurai watch.
So what the victim heard in his final statement...
Final moments was none other than the sound of the watch Mrs. Inme was wearing. I wish to amend my testimony. What I thought were taiko drums was something else, girl. My wife never had such a watch. It's the truth, I tell you. You must believe me, your majesty.
Girl, look at the receipts.
Be not deceived by the defense's lawyerly chicanery. Now what? It's been pretty quiet up to this point. What does he have up his sleeve? There is a big gaping hole in this flimsy claim. A big gaping hole? Like the one that I leave in Edgeworth? Anyway, I don't think so. Oh no, I'm afraid it is there, alright. Just like the big gaping holes in your putrid brain. My brain is neither putrid nor full of holes. I'm not a zombie after all. Says the dead lawyer walking. He who is narrow of vision focuses on what is before him, never seeing the big picture. Or as they say in your country, you cannot see the forest for the trees, for it is as you said. And Lady Inme, the rebel, slew Acolyte Zealot, the rebel hunting Lady Kira. Then the rebel hunter would have been dead before the high priest was slain. Oh, that means the high priest could not have been slain by the rebel hunting Lady Kira. How could I have missed that? So tell me, who are you going to say killed the high priest now? No! Do you finally understand the sheer size of the holes that riddle your putrid brain? I'm in hot water now. I don't have any other suspects in the high priest's murder. You mindless zombie. You should have begun your journey into the Twilight Realm long ago. Now let it go and move on. No, I will never give up. Just need to think things through and figure out who really killed the high priest. Oh, it's time. If Acolyte Zealot had been Lady Kira, he couldn't have killed the high priest. So the question is, who did? Maybe I can get to the bottom of this by reviewing the events of this case in order. What evidence could tell me something about the crime scene before the murder? Maya's testimony? Spring was stained red before the rite. Oh right, Maya said that the spring had been stained red before the rite even began. The spring was already red before the high priest's murder because of... Between Phoenix and Miles, which one do you think is autistic about trains and which do you think is autistic about painting minis? Phoenix is the train autistic, and Edgeworth is the painting minis autistic. Absolutely. Though he never has any time to. I like to imagine that, like, that Maya, like, sent him, like, a steel samurai figure or something, and he was like, "What is this? I care not for this," and then like locked his office door and was like, "I must paint it." The spring was already red before the high priest murder because of Zealot's blood. But Edgeworth has a little painted phoenix mini that he takes with him everywhere. I like this headcanon. That's right. Zealot had been killed in the rebel hideout the day before the riot, and his blood had flowed into the spring. Wait a second. The high priest knew that Zealot had been killed in the hideout, so why didn't he report it to the authorities? If Maya had been the killer, he could have easily had her arrested on the spot. Why didn't the high priest inform the authorities right then? To keep the hideout hidden? Wanted to keep the hideout a secret. If he reported Zealot's murder, the authorities would find out about the hideout. That's what he was worried about. I gotta pee real quick. I'll be right back. Ugh. Ugh. It's they introduced this at the beginning of the 5th one. Okay. The authorities would find out about the hideout. That's what he was worried about. But by going through with the rite, the high priest risked having Maya see the spring running red with blood. Why did he have to go through with the rite? Did he want to set up this scene during it? Damn, I'm getting all of them right. Use the rite to cover things up. He wanted to set up the crime scene to conceal the hideout. But how was he planning on concealing the source of the blood in the spring? He used his own blood? He emptied the spring? Nope. He tried to empty the spring? Wait a second. It was still full of bloody water, which means it hadn't been emptied. Must have been some other way you try to conceal the source of the blood. Concealed the source of the blood with his own. That was how he kept the rebel hideout a secret. It's all starting to fall into place. I know who killed the high priest. It was a third party? Or it was Charest himself? I really thought I was the wife. Charest's death was a suicide. That's okay. Wow. I can't believe it. The high priest took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. Honestly, that's a twist. Alright. A lot of twists in this case. The high priest wasn't murdered by anyone. He took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. What? What's this? The High Priest committed suicide? I have never heard anything more absurd. The lawyer has placed a stain on the good priest's death with his putrid brain. Its putrid gaping holes are as large as the hole in his logic. What hole? You still fail to understand? You truly cannot see the forest for the trees. You claim the High Priest took his own life. But have you considered who brought the dagger to the Plaza of Devotion? After the High Priest was killed, the dagger was thrust into Acolyte Zealot's dead body. Only the accused, Maya Fey, could have done that. It is as Prosecutor Saad Mahdi says. Your claim is rather porous in its logic, and your evidence is too weak. You cannot prove that the High Priest took his own life to conceal the rebel hideout. They're right. The dagger was impaled in Zealot's body, but his body had been placed at the plaza the previous day. Well, Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Zealot's body was already in the plaza the day before the rite. What if the dagger was also already in him at that time? The dagger was never at the inner sanctum. Just died by a different weapon? Of course, that's it. What is it? There was no need to move the dagger. It had already been stabbed into Acolyte Zealot's body the day before the rite. What? So that means... What does that mean? It means the dagger wasn't the weapon that took the High Priest's life. But no weapon was ever found at the inner sanctum. You will not listen to reason, then I insist you prove your assertion. Show us what you believe the real murder weapon to be. The real weapon? I've got nothing, but I know there had to have been a weapon there. Maybe if I think back on the trial thus far, I'll spot the clue I need. Well, would the defense care to tell us what the real murder weapon is? This is what really killed the High Priest. The Warbad statue? What really killed him has been at the inner sanctum all this time, and its lethality has already been demonstrated by the late Acolyte Zealot. That's right, it was the Warbad statue. Polkunka! You believe that the statue claimed both victims' lives? Would you care to chime in, Abbott and me? No, he lies. Pay him no heed. Well then what, also what happened, what about the first insight where he was like charging at Lady Kira? Why, it's... Oh. Lady in me. Darling, don't you think this has gone on long enough? Believe, no. Your Majesty, my wife knows nothing. Please, Abbott and me, let your wife speak. Now, Lady Idme, please continue if you would. It's that time again. And what time would that be? 2:30 in the afternoon, the time my husband conducts his daily prayers, and the time Pare was slain. That sound, it's the Steel Samurai alarm. I, too, like to pray at the same time as my dear husband. Wait, didn't he just break his prayer beads? How are they back on this ring? He's probably got multiple. So I set an alarm to remind me each day, but I had no idea it would come to this. No, stop! She knows not what she speaks. Your Majesty, I am the one who slew Acolyte Zealot. Have it in me. Bailiff, summon a physician at once. The physician is now attending the high priest, so there is no need to fear. Now let us continue. And what about the half of him called Maya that's still among the living? Mrs. Inme, will you tell us everything you know? The truth is, I am a rebel, just like my husband. This tragedy unfolded before the rite, before the Feast of Blessings. I had gone to the rebel hideout to prepare for Dat's escape. And that's when Acolyte Zealot suddenly appeared. Yes. Ray was shocked when he saw me there. Acolyte Zealot did not know you were a rebel? I do not believe he did. I believe he was there simply to investigate the hideout. And then he suddenly came face to face with Mrs. Inme. So the true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira was Pere Zealot. Yes. He was a member of the secret police, serving directly under the Minister of Justice. Secret police. And this is what he said to me. I can kill rebels with impunity. The Justice Minister has my back. He was using his position within the secret police to deal us rebels a heavy blow. But murder sanctioned by the Crown is still murder. Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you. 'Cause you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. The trick up Minister Inga's sleeve was Lady Kira. No, this cannot be. My father would never... This must be a bolt out of the blue for Rafa. This explains why Acolyte Zealot abandoned his real name. Yes. He even went as far as covering up the tattoo that all Karena's clergy members receive. Lady Kira was a member of the secret police? That explains why no order was given to investigate her attacks. Guess I'm not alone in hearing this for the first time. But this cannot be. Is this true? Grok, is this true? The Justice Minister is sanctioning state-sponsored murder? Peace. Now, Lady Inme, please continue. Pere suddenly lunged at me. That's when I pushed the stone slab toward him with all my might. But I never meant for what happened next to occur. Allow me to take it from here. Have it in me. Are you sure you're all right now? I'm sorry you had to see that. But you need not worry about me. I'm already dead. Please. We need to know what was so important that you would take your own life. After I learned that my wife had accidentally slain Zealot, I chilled his body with snow to make it seem as if he died more recently than he did. Then I later moved it to the Plaza of Devotion and inserted the dagger into his wound. The plaza was empty at that time, for it was before prayer time had started. I mean, sounds like it was self-defense. But I guess this game doesn't always take that into account, as we've seen previously. Finally, I placed his body in the prayer pose. Although I guess that's decided later anyway. Knowing that no one would notice anything was wrong until the rite had concluded. It's perfectly plausible that no one would disturb him if he seemed to be praying. We do treasure our prayer time after all. So you admit you tried to pin this crime on Maya Fey? Yes, this was all my doing. Never told my wife of my plan. Or surely she would have tried to stop me. How did you get Miss Fey's fingerprints on the dagger? I had her hold it while we were rehearsing the rite the day before. And right before the rite, I drugged her with a sleeping agent. And then I put Lady Kira's robes over the warband statue. That means Mai was probably already groggy by the time the rite started. Finally, I ended my own life, to ensure that the crime would appear to have been by Acolyte Faye's own hand. But when your body was discovered, Lady Kira's robes were on the ground. How did they end up there if they were on the statue? After I impaled myself on one of the statue's dagger-like feathers, I used the last ounce of my strength to hurl my body backwards. As I did, I grabbed onto the robes, taking them with me as I fell back onto the ground. How terrible! What possessed you to do such a thing? You needn't have committed suicide simply to frame the accused. Prosecutor Sadmati, as one well-versed in our kingdom's legal system, I would expect you of all people to understand. Understand what? This kingdom's legal system, Mrs. Inmi's crime, your suicide. It can't be. That would be sadder than sad. Why, I believe the defense knows of what the High Priest speaks. Yes, I finally understand. This explains why the High Priest took his own life. In the name of Her Eminence, those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. The Defense Culpability Act. Circumstantial evidence supports Mrs. Inmi's killing of Acolyte Zealot in self-defense. However, it would be next to impossible to prove it without a lawyer. That's why the High Priest wanted to pin the crime on Maya Fey. Glad they explained the self-defense then. I fail to see what this has to do with his suicide. In Crane, the divination seance is the most important piece of trial evidence. The High Priest wanted to frame Miss Fey as a serial killer. It was a clever plan in which he made sure he'd see Lady Kira in his final moments. The lawyer speaks true. That is why I placed Lady Kira's robes upon the Warbat statue. I made it seem that Acolyte Faye was the rebel hunting Lady Kira.
But are you saying you used my divination seance to produce false evidence?
Man, what a crazy twist, using like the mechanic of the game as like flipping it on its head. It's crazy. Good case. Honestly, no notes. Really, every case so far in this game, in 6 is it's crazy. Bro's metagaming the legal system for real. Forgive me your benevolence, but it was the only way to help my lovely wife. If you had approached me first, I could have proved that the murder was in self-defense. Perhaps, but I had little faith in lawyers, despite being a rebel.
How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason. There must have been other ways to cover up the crime.
Okay, weird for a prosecutor to say that. Yet had I done so, my wife would rush to my defense, and when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I under the Defense Culpability Act. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man.
This cannot be. All I have done under the laws of our kingdom has all been...
Poor Rafa. He's really taking this hard. I can't say I'm surprised. Mr. Phoenix Wright, it is time to show the might of your legal prowess. You mustn't allow another innocent soul to be charged under that despicable law. Of course, I'll do whatever I can. What I have done to you and Acolyte Faye is unforgivable. I can only offer my most humble of apologies, Your Majesty. Yes? I ask that you please look after my wife. You have my word. Your benevolence, it is time that I return to the Twilight Realm. The Magatama of Parting, if you please.
Very well. Your benevolence, please allow me the honor. Yes, it would be more fitting for you to send him on his way.
Mrs. Inme.
Darling, I'm so glad I was able to see you one last time. Thank you for everything.
I'm sorry to leave you like this, my love.
But now you can watch over me from the world beyond.
Yes, always and forever.
And with every breath I take, my darling, I'll be thinking of you.
Damn. This one sucks. It's one of those ones where you like feel bad for everybody involved. Oh man.
Farewell, my darling to rest. The High Priest has returned to the Twilight Realm.
Maya.
I feel great. I guess that means he didn't leave any regrets behind. Oh, but what about the trial, Nick?
It's over. It was a sad reality born of love and a great tragedy born of the Defense Culpability Act. Well, I see no need to continue this trial. Does the prosecution have anything to say?
Mr. Phoenix Wright. I owe a debt to you, one that I will pay back in court someday.
Now to deliver today's verdict and overturn that of yesterday's trial. With respect to all current and previous charges against them, I hereby declare the accused Maya Fey and her defense Phoenix Wright. Holy shit. That was a good case. Honestly, I'm very impressed. I know people said that this was like the return of good Phoenix Wright or good Ace Attorney, but like I think it's like 4 and 5 were not bad per se. They were just very underwhelming compared to the first 3. So it does feel like we're back. You know, it feels like the golden age of Ace Attorney has returned. 420.
So I was thinking, Nick, the legal system here is really stacked against the defense. It's totally unfair.
Yeah, it even forced the High Priest to make the ultimate sacrifice just to protect his wife.
It's just so sad.
Protect the status quo or join the revolution. If the real Lady Kira were here, I wonder which side she would take. Your benevolence.
Huh? What?
I was just wondering, are you alright?
Quiet, you. How could I possibly be alright?
Yeah, she's not doing well at all.
Who do you think you are, suddenly appearing before me, trampling my insights underfoot, and plunging the Hall of Justice into utter chaos? You even desecrated my mother and father's teachings, you soulless infidel.
Oof, that was a bit more extreme than usual.
What am I to do? I'd always believed that communing with the victim's Mitama would lead me to the absolute truth. But each time you overturned my insights, it was revealed that they served to support false charges rather than the truth. I am left now with that heavy truth in my heart. I'm sorry, Reifa. Perhaps I am not worthy of hearing the voices of the Mitama.
That's where you're wrong, Your Benevolence.
What?
Maya?
How dare you? Your role is to bring forth the voices of the Mitama into our world. If you don't do it, who will? You know nothing, Maya Fey. It was spirit channeling, not a divination seance, that brought the truth to light. How dare an outsider like you employ the Queen's secret art? But what can I do? My spiritual power does not even approach yours. Is it not a cruel joke? The royal priestess bested by a lowly outsider?
Be so hard on yourself.
Why not? It is worth at least a laugh or two. You shouldn't talk like that. Huh? Listen, Your Benevolence. You were just fulfilling your duty, weren't you? And you're the only one capable of performing the divination seance, right? The station of royal priestess is not something to abandon lightly. The station of royal priestess? The people of your kingdom believe in you, but if you really mean all that you just said, then what are they supposed to believe in? You know not of what you speak. Actually, I kinda do. After all, I'm only here training so I can become the master of my village back home. A village master, you say? I did not know. It seems I owe you an apology. For even today, I called you a neophyte practitioner. It's alright, Your Benevolence. Thank you for finally acknowledging me.
Future queen and a future village master? I guess I shouldn't be surprised, considering they may have had a common ancestor. Maya's right, Your Benevolence.
Barbed head?
Your insights were a crucial piece of evidence in this last trial. It doesn't matter if they weren't always 100% accurate. You should be proud of what you did. You've played an important role in assuring that justice was served. Besides, your insights aren't the problem here. It's your kingdom's legal system. Without lawyers, your insights have come to be accepted as the sole truth, and the Defense Culpability Act, which gave rise to that, is the root of it all.
But that is the dangerous thinking of a rebel. Your Benevolence. As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I am even up to the task. Knowing you, Your Benevolence, you're more than capable.
Never heard Maya talk like this before. She's really come a long way. What was that? It came from the hallway. Smoke! We better go check it out. Hurry! Mrs. Inme.
Yes, you're right. Acolyte Faye. I'm so sorry for what transpired. You were almost sentenced to death because of me.
That was pretty dope.
I will make amends by picking up where my husband left off. I will see the revolution through, so nothing like this can ever happen again. For that is the depth of my love for my dearly departed husband.
Lady Inme, we gotta hurry. That voice, is that Mr. Rebel?
I must tell the people. They must learn that the peace we enjoy is a false one. One built on the backs of innocents charged with false crimes under that odious DC Act. We have it in our power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly.
Hey there, PW. I wish we had more time to talk, but... Dirk, everything's ready. It's go time.
Dirk? Wait,
Was that the rebel leader Dirk? After him! Don't let him get away! The power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly? It's the start of a legal revolution.
Hey Nick, hate to bother you while you're lost in thought, but I just got this great idea.
What is it?
The Steel Samurai versus the Rebel Dirk. I bet it'd make for another awesome TV show.
There's bombs right now, Maya.
If we threw the plumed Punisher in there, everyone would go nuts over it.
We'll never get what she sees in those shows. But it's good to know that no matter what happens, Maya will always be Maya. True enough. Good case. No notes. I'm good to do like 15-20 minutes of the next case. And then I'm gonna go. Episode 4. Turnabout Storyteller.
Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What time is it? It's 9, 10.
It's 4, head. Shisho's dead? No, do you think he did it? Of course he did. Pull yourself together. Don't worry, I have an idea. The noodles murdered him. Ah yes, case number 4. Traditionally, this is just straight case stuff. May 13th, 9:45 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 6.
What the heck? Who brings a defendant to his own trial late? Plus the request was so last minute, I didn't even have a chance to talk with my client. He's late for a very important date. My name is Athena Sykes. Armed with analytical psychology and a full arsenal of legal know-how, I'm a fully competent defender of Right Anything Agency, though I wish my client would show up already. The trial's about to start. Oh my god, is this the first case with Athena as the prime I guess it's not, but it's been a minute, because usually it's either Apollo or Phoenix. Appears we made it just in time. Where have you been? Trial's about to start, Simon.
Oh, he's back. Zaddy is back. You needn't get so worked up, Athena. His baldness can wait.
There's no way he'd wait for me. Besides, why would I want to start off on the wrong foot with him right out of the gate?
Dealing with such matters is part of being a lawyer, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, covering for your lateness is not.
Still but a rank amateur, I see.
This is Simon Blackwell. He might not look it, but he's actually a prosecutor and a psychology specialist. He and I go way back. As for our shared specialization in psychology, we're both disciples of the same person, so to speak, but he's kind of my senior, I guess. But twisted sense of humor or no, I wish he'd stop treating me like a child all the time.
So, where are Right Dono and Justice Dono?
Mr. Wright is abroad and Apollo is helping Trucy with her magic show.
It's my emo husband.
Didn't I tell you?
They're what? So neither of them are here, leaving you to take this on alone?
Yep.
Ye gods. Call Right Dono back, it's not too late.
Oh no, not too late at all. He would only need to know how to teleport.
Very well.
Then I will settle for justice, Dono. Go grab him by the horns and drag him here.
Apollo is literally in the middle of a show, Simon. You may not want to admit it, but I've got what it takes to take on this case. Just leave this to me and go watch from the gallery.
As your defense derails in spectacular fashion.
No, as I win the heck out of this trial. I'll be okay, promise. So wipe that look off your face already, will you? Anyway, I take it the guy behind you is...
Yes, he's asleep again. Oi, Bucky, wake up.
Yeah. Ow. What'd you do that for, Simon? Who's this yellow chickadee?
She is your lawyer, such as it were. I'd say she's more green than yellow, however.
Lawyer? She sure don't look like it, does she? Is she like your fellow apprentice or something?
Something like that. I've known her longer than I've known you. You could say we're bound to one another.
Oh, okay. Well then, guess I better call her Ms. Chickadee then. Simon, this guy's not only rude, but he's 3 sheets to the wind at his own trial. I know we just met, but I'm about ready to give him a piece of my mind.
Do as you will. Just save it for after the trial.
Miss Chickadee.
Don't call me that.
How'd you do? Shami here's an old friend of mine. I'm the 4th generation head chef of Wet Soba. Wet noodle number 4. Bucky Wet. Nice to meet ya. It's nice to meet you too, Mr. Wet.
So he can pull himself together when he wants to. If only the trial wasn't starting in a few minutes. His name is Buckwheat. Having been accused of a murder that only occurred yesterday, I'm afraid it's taken a toll on the poor boy.
And you happened to be there at the theater where it all happened too, right? They said they found a Rakugo storyteller murdered in his dressing room.
Indeed. The victim, master storyteller Typhoon Tornado. What, Typhoon Tornado? Was a longtime patron of Wet Soba. What's up, Selena? Master Tornado had been looking after Bucky ever since Wet Noodle number 3 passed away.
I see, so the victim was kind of like a father to the defendant, huh? That stupid old fart. Like a father? No way, he was always stashing my soba.
Called a good girl on someone's live? Hell yeah. How dare you speak ill of him? Running your mouth like that is why they suspected you of his murder in the first place. Now pull yourself together. Number 3 must be rolling in his grave.
Shiny. The police, none of them believes me. They won't listen to me. Looks like they're still in shock from the whole ordeal. Don't worry, Mr. Wet. Everything's gonna be alright. I'm gonna defend you with everything I've got. You're in good hands now. You mean, you believe me, ma'am? Of course, no matter what, I'll believe in you to the very end. Gee whiz, Miss Chickadee. Now come on, I need you to shape up, just like those al dente noodles of yours. Yes, ma'am. My soba is the freshest. Mr. Wet?
Bucky, you great big Pollock.
So, how exactly do you know this guy?
Used to frequent Wet Soba, still do, in fact.
so I've known him since he was a lad. That's why his father and Master Tornado were always so good to me.
I didn't know you liked soba so much, Simon.
I wouldn't expect one such as you who eats meat slapped between slabs of bread to understand the delicate taste and the subtle textures imparted by buckwheat flour.
Hey, that's just rude.
But I digress.
I'm all about flavor and subtlety and stuff.
If I let wet soba in like this, I'll never be able to face number 3 or Master Tornado in the next life.
Ah, I see. And that's why you came to me. You wanted somebody you could trust.
It was never my intention to ask you.
I'll show him. I'll show him I can handle it just fine.
Well, I believe it's just about time.
What? But we haven't even properly discussed the case yet.
What's the matter? You look nervous, Athena. Don't tell me you're chickadeeing out.
I'm just trembling with the excitement of battle, that's all. Off gets, let's do this. Come on, Mr. Wet. Get up off the floor. We've got a case to win.
Yes, Miss Chickadee. I'm gonna do my best.
Wet soba, wet soba, wet soba, wet soba, wet soba.
Yellow. 2 bowls of noodles? Sorry, sir. No can do. Kinda busy at the courthouse. Huh? They hung up. Oh. Yeah, okay. Let's do this.
He's not gonna do himself for his case any favors like this, Simon. Maybe we should let him go get some rest somewhere?
Let me rest. Maybe if I were a lump of regular flour dough for udon noodles. But I'm fresh like my soba. And you don't let soba dough rest. It's all about the 3 freshes. Grind the buckwheat seeds fresh, cut the dough fresh and boil.
He's blacked out. Oh boy, I just knew something like this would happen.
Simon, what are these 3 freshes of soba he was talking about?
First, buckwheat seeds, or groats, are ground to make buckwheat flour. Then dough made with this flour is cut with a large rectangular knife into noodles. And finally, the buckwheat noodles are boiled. Each step is done immediately, one after the other, so that the soba is fresh when eaten.
Oh, so that's what he meant. I wouldn't want him to make me any soba right now, though, that's for sure.
Athena, this is no time for idle chatter. You need to get into the courtroom now. Just remember, as a prosecutor, I will be unable to lend you a hand. So don't expect any help from my quarter.
There you go, treating me like I'm incompetent again. For your information, I wasn't planning on asking you for help anyway. Just you wait, Simon, I'll show you. Mr. Red and Apollo may not be here, but that's alright. I can do this on my own.
Court is now in session. All rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Bucky Wet.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is fully prepared, Your Honor.
What's this? No prayer this time, Prosecutor Sadmati?
That is correct, Your Honor. To expedite these proceedings, I completed them beforehand in the lobby.
How very thoughtful of you. By the way, what brings you back to this country?
Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth himself called on me to handle this case. Besides, I have a debt to repay, and though my opponent is yet a callow thing, I have no qualms with sending her down to hell, Edgeworth mentioned. If you have a score to settle, it's with Apollo, not me. But more importantly, I am not a callow thing. I'm a qualified and capable attorney. Then what is that yellow attire, if not proof of your immaturity, you small spring chick?
That's why I called her Chickadee.
Now cease your shrill chirping.
Now, Prosecutor Sadmati. She is still only a teenager. Please go easy on her.
Great. Not even the judge is giving me the kid treatment. Very well. Shall we begin, Your Honor?
Yes, I suppose we should. Now then, Prosecutor Sadmati, please give your opening statement.
I'll show them what I can do. They'll be sorry they underestimated me. Certainly. Let the last rites of the victim commence. The incident is believed to have occurred at around 4 p.m. yesterday, May 12th.
What's up, Luby?
At a storyteller's theater called Kuru Te. The victim was a great master of the Tornado School of Rakugo, or comedic storytelling. His name is Taifu Tornado. The scene of the murder was the theater's dressing room. It is accessible via the staff entrance hallway, and has an inner and outer sliding door.
Backstage diagram. Diagram of the backstage area showing the location of the stage, the dressing room, and the yard.
The estimated time of death is between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. The cause of death is suffocation, though how the victim suffocated is yet to be determined. The autopsy found nothing unusual in his lungs or stomach, and there is no murder weapon. I will now submit the incident report to the court.
Crime scene report added to the court record. Taifu's autopsy report added to the court record.
Prosecutor Sadmati, how can you name Mr. Red as the culprit when you don't know how the victim was killed, or even with what? While it is true that the weapon and precise method are as yet unknown, the accused is the only one who had the opportunity to commit the murder. I will explain this assertion in further detail as we continue. I guess this means he has some kind of evidence to present. Now, would the accused care to plead his case?
Come to think of it, where is the defendant, Miss Sykes?
Sorry, Your Honor. I'm afraid Mr. Wet isn't feeling very well and is resting in the infirmary. Surely it is the lack of a clear conscience that impedes him from facing this court. Great, starting off on the wrong foot already. Mr. Wet is the head chef of a soba shop, frequented by the victim. On the day of the incident, Mr. Wet went to the theater at the victim's request. Taifu Tornado was a connoisseur of soba, as you can see in these photographs. He was apparently making soba himself in his dressing room that day. The soba found at the scene is likely the soba he himself made there. Liking soba is one thing, but making it in a theater dressing room is a bit much, no?
Master Tornado truly had a passion for soba, didn't he? For a man like that to be murdered by a soba chef is simply unthinkable.
And yet, the accused had ample motive. For in the victim's safe, we discovered the deed to the accused's shop. Mr. Wet was to inherit Wet Soba when he lost his father recently. However, it's believed the victim stole the shop's deed during the transfer process. The prosecution believes the accused killed the victim in order to get the deed back.
Found in the victim's possession. It's the deed for the soba shop. The deed holder is Bucky Wet. A murder over the deed to a shop. That does sound like a plausible motive.
So that's what this case is about. I wish Simon had filled me in a little better. I could have contributed more than just 1,000 buckets of cold sweat if he had. Defense. From your demeanor, I gather you know very little about the details of this case. Well, you see... You are dishonoring the soul of the victim by appearing in the courtroom unprepared. You are an embarrassment to your profession, you putrid egg yolk. Eek! I'm sorry. Apollo's a red pepper and now I'm an egg yolk.
And a check a day.
We've only just started and I've already been demoted from spring chick. I'm ready to call my witness, Your Honor. Let us listen to the words of the one who was present when the crime was discovered. Someone who was there when the victim's body was found?
Very well. Witness, please take the stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Simon Blackwell, prosecutor.
Prosecutor Blackwell? You didn't tell me you were going to take the stand.
There simply wasn't time.
I am keying over here. I'm age bowling, if you will. This is just too priceless. What a shame, Prosecutor Blackwell. Had you shared the damning scene you witnessed beforehand with the defense, we could have moved this trial along and saved the victim's soul that much faster. Damning scene? What in the world did Simon see?
Prosecutor Sadmati, was it? Before I give my testimony, there's something I'd like to confirm.
By all means.
This case involves rakugo, a very traditional form of Japanese comedic storytelling. Do you have enough knowledge of this art form to handle the case competently?
Are you implying that I am not qualified for this case? Do you want a kiss?
Well, maybe after the trial. Not yet. I am simply trying to ascertain your familiarity with the topic. For now.
It is a prosecutor's duty to learn the background of any case he takes on. I did some research on rakugo last night, and have grasped the overall idea of it.
How much could you possibly grasp in a single night?
Why don't I show you, big boy?
Simon and Ayuta is kind of a good parenting age. That's what I'm thinking.
Rakugo is a form of entertaining storytelling that originated in it. The storyteller sits alone on the stage with only a fan and a towel, and the Rakugo artist tells long whimsical stories, giving each character a distinct voice. This traditional art was originally invented by monks to make sermons more interesting. Are you satisfied? If not, I could explain the 12 types of endings to such stories. Or shall I perform the famous story of Jugemu instead?
It appears you have put in a bit of study.
Your acknowledgement is most welcoming, Prosecutor Blackwell.
I can see why you are known for being quite thorough in your research, Prosecutor. Now, I would love to see you perform that story you mentioned, if you don't mind.
If that is your Honor's request. Jugemu, Jugemu. Your Honor, could we please get back to the trial?
Hey, those are nice desks. Oh, all right, of course. I nearly forgot.
Seriously, of all the things for you to forget.
Ahem. Now then, back to the case. Prosecutor Blackwell, please tell this court what you witnessed. I went to the theater yesterday and arrived at approximately 4 p.m. I went straight to Master Tornado's dressing room to say hello. Bucky went into the dressing room thereafter, only to come storming out a while later. Master Tornado's junior disciple, Uendo, apparently then entered the room soon after. That's when Uendo discovered Master Tornado's body.
Now wait just a minute here, Prosecutor Blackwell. With testimony like that, you're practically accusing Mr. Wet of a crime.
All I can do is state what I saw. Can't help how it happens. A qualified and capable attorney such as you should be able to dispatch with it, right?
Well, yeah, duh. Alright, I guess I better start by getting all the info out of him that I can.
What Simon saw. I went to the theater yesterday and arrived at approximately 4 p.m.
Prosecutor Blackwell, what did you go to the theater for in the first place?
I went because I had received an invitation from Master Tornado. Here, see for yourself. It was a special show commemorating his junior disciple Uendo's promotion. It was also an occasion to announce the boy's succession to the stage name of Uendo 2.
So what exactly does it mean to succeed to a stage name?
You really don't know, do you?
Well, if you fucking told me.
The performing arts, a name succession, is when an artist inherits a predecessor's name.
I see. So there was another Uendo Rakugo artist before, and this disciple succeeded him, huh? And what exactly did your invitation say?
It contained a simple letter of salutations and an outline of the show's program. Oh, it appears Taifu Tornado was going to perform Toki Soba, or Time Soba. He's famous for his masterful pantomime of eating soba using only his fan as a prop. And Uendo was to perform Soba Se, or Soba Glutton, a soba-themed show, I see. It seems you know a thing or two about Rakugo yourself, your baldness. The first to perform was the senior disciple, Geru, followed by Uendo, and lastly, Master Tornado. Invitation added to the court record.
I see, so that's why you happened to be at the Storytellers Theater yesterday. So what happened after you arrived?
I went straight to Master Tornado's dressing room to say hello.
And how did Master Tornado appear when you said hello to him?
I went with the intention of greeting him, but ultimately we didn't actually meet.
You didn't see him? Why not?
Geru escorted me to the dressing room, but we heard the sound of Rakugo being performed from within. Thinking the master was rehearsing, we decided to wait in the hall until he was done.
You heard Rakugo being performed in the dressing room?
Yes, not just me, but Geru as well. In other words, you can confirm that the victim was still alive at around 4 p.m.? Correct. I couldn't hear him clearly through the doors, but I'm sure it was Master Tornado. I could tell because it was the time sober routine being performed in there.
So that means the victim was killed sometime after that?
Bucky went in the dressing room thereafter, only to come storming out a while later.
Please tell us in detail how Mr. Wet appeared at the time.
Geru and I were waiting in the hallway for Master Tornado to finish practicing, when Bucky appeared and entered the dressing room with his things.
What happened after that?
We heard what sounded like Bucky shouting inside the room. About 10 minutes later, Bucky came out of the dressing room looking rather irate.
This is most likely when the murder was committed. The victim was an elderly man. It would have been entirely possible to kill him within the span of 10 minutes. Better come up with some kind of counter-argument and fast.
Master Tornado's junior disciple, Uendo, apparently then entered the room soon after.
What do you mean by apparently? Didn't you see him go in?
No, I couldn't. I wasn't able to see the dressing room door from where I was standing at the time, but Geiru was right in front of it, so I'm sure she saw it all.
I see. And why do you suppose Uendo went to the dressing room anyway?
He had just finished his routine, so he was making a courtesy call. Disciple is to pay their master respects right before and after each performance.
And all disciples are expected to do this?
Yes, it's common courtesy among Rakugo artists.
I see. Could you tell us what happened after Uendo went into the dressing room?
Certainly. That's when Uendo discovered Master Tornado's body.
And how did Uendo act at the time?
After Uendo had been in the dressing room for 2 or 3 minutes, we heard a scream from inside the room and Uendo came flying out.
Did you see any signs of a struggle at that time?
No, just Uendo's woeful scream.
I see.
Well done, Prosecutor Blackwell. Your testimony has given us quite a glimpse into the sequence of events.
Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. And now, please allow me to summarize your testimony. While Prosecutor Blackwell and Geiru were in the hallway waiting for Master Tornado, the accused came along and entered the dressing room with some items in tow. He was heard shouting for a time inside the dressing room, and about 10 minutes later he came back out of the room seeming rather angry. A short time after the accused had come and gone, Uendo Tornado went into the room. A few minutes later, after having discovered the victim's body, Uendo gave a scream and came running out into the hallway from within. Prosecutor Blackwell and Geiru then ran into the room and saw the body for themselves. From the circumstances, it is quite clear that the accused murdered the victim.
This is crucial testimony indeed.
Simon's statement added to the court record. Defense. An eyewitness has given conclusive testimony. Why not let it all go now and allow the victim his last rites? Not on your life. If Uendo went into the dressing room too and was the first to discover the body, then who's to say he didn't commit the crime? Uendo was in the dressing room for a mere 2, perhaps 3 minutes. He could not have possibly committed murder in that time, nor without making any noise. Oh, Simon, why did you have to give that awful testimony? Prosecutor Blackwell, can't you give me something a little better to work with here?
Isn't it up to you to ask the right questions? I am certainly willing to tell you all that I know. So if you truly are as capable as you claim, then draw out what you need yourself.
This is no time for your twisted games, Prosecutor Blackwell. Just admit you don't remember it all that well.
Prosecutor Blackwell, watching you collude with the defense like this, I see that you are no prosecutor. Be gone, witness. You shall haunt this sacred hall no more. How dare you treat me like some evil spirit to be exorcised? I'll remember this, you blackguard. Is it blackguard or is it blackguard? I think it's blackguard.
Don't worry, Prosecutor Blackwell. I've got this.
Would I have my way, he would not be the only one here to step down. You half-boiled putrid egg yolk.
Ew, I object to the notion that I'm a gooey, smelly mess.
Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony was like the lowly opening act of a Rakugo show. He may hold the title of prosecutor, but this time he stood on the side of the defense. To restore balance to this trial, I would like to present an actual witness for the prosecution. And who is this witness? The person who was with Prosecutor Blackwell when the body was discovered. She's another entertainer of the Tornado School, Miss Geiru Tornado. Here it is.
The moment you've been waiting for. It's clown time.
Please state your name and occupation, witness.
Hello, everyone. I'm here to represent the Tornado School with a twisty twist. And balloon! There you have it, a stunning balloon hat. It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love, Gayru Tornado. Just call me Gayru, sweetie. 1, 2, balloon! Oh my god.
What a way to capture your audience's attention. I dare say I can't take my eyes off of those balloons.
Please tell me you're talking about the hat, Your Honor. Oh, Mr. Judgy, I'm so glad you liked my performance. Would you consider joining my fan club? Pretty please.
Oh, absolutely.
And please save your fanboying for after the trial, Your Honor. Anyway, Gayru, I can't help but notice you seem awfully cheerful for having just lost your master. Of course I'm sad, but Shisho would scold me if I didn't put on a big smile. She got that closey clout. Never show sadness, smile, 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 with a twisty twist. And balloon! There you have it, one gorgeous cake. I see. I guess an entertainer's gotta do what an entertainer's gotta do. Her balloon art's worse than a Rorschach test. All I saw was a severed monster head. Gayru, you're obviously a balloon artist, so how did you come to be a member of a Rakugo school? Well, my father, my late father that is, was a Rakugo artist, you see. So I joined the Tornado School to be just like my daddy someday. I kind of really like her. She's one of the most popular characters in Ace Attorney for a reason, I suppose. So I joined the Tornado School to be just like my daddy someday. I see. My father and I owe so much to Shisho, our master, but that Bucky Wet. Oh, how could he? I want to see him pay for what he's done as quickly as possible.
Your distress is entirely understandable, and my condolences for your loss.
And, not only that, but you have more to say about Mr. Wet? Every time he comes to deliver soba to us, he yells at me. He always tells me to get away. Is there any reason why he would say such a thing to you? He says the smell of my perfume will get into his soba and ruin it. Like, how can he say that? This is a great scent.
How very rude of him. I don't blame you for being upset.
Excuse me, Your Honor, but please don't let Gayru's balloons bias your judgment. Mr. Wet hasn't been proven guilty yet, remember?
It will be interesting to see how long that fire of yours will last, defense. Now then, Gayru, please share the truth with this court. Yes, Gayru, your testimony, please.
Before the murder was discovered. From 4 p.m. to a little after 4:20 p.m., when Shisho's body was found, Simon and I were standing in the hallway in front of the dressing room. Before Uendo discovered the body, the only person who had gone in there was Bucky. Come to think of it, a little while before Bucky showed up, Jugemu was barking like mad.
Prosecutor Blackwell, do you have any objections to this witness's testimony?
No.
Make up your bloody mind, sad monk Sod Mahdi. First you exercise me, now this. You need only do as you are instructed by this humble servant of the Holy Mother. As there are no objections, Your Honor, let us move on the salvation of the victim's soul.
Hey, I'm the defense attorney here, Prosecutor Sadmati, and I just might have an objection or two once I actually cross-examine the witness. So what are you asking Prosecutor Blackwell for? I'm the one you should be checking with. There's a passage in the sacred scriptures of Koreanism stir of the wind is beyond the power of a spring chick. In other words, the inexperienced are useless. With that in mind, it seemed more judicious to consult Prosecutor Blackwell.
He doesn't even see you as an adversary, Sykes Dono.
Well, I won't let either of you insult me. I'll show you I'm no inexperienced spring chick. Your Honor, I'm ready to cross-examine the witness.
I hope you can make Prosecutor Sadmati see you as a worthy adversary, Miss Sykes. I'll allow your cross-examination, so you better strike while the iron is hot.
Before the murder was discovered. So the murder must have happened sometime in those 20 minutes, correct? But 20 minutes isn't a lot of time, is it? I don't know. I mean, what do you want me to say? That's what happened, you know? Isn't that right, Simon?
Yes, Gator and I can both confirm that Master Tornado still lived around 4 p.m.
Oh, yeah. You can, can't you? See? Simon and I were standing in the hallway in front of the dressing room. The fact that the two of you were there in front of the dressing room means you were able to see everyone who went in and out, right? Of course. Or are you insinuating that I was daydreaming or sleeping while standing up or something? No, of course not. I saw everything, I tell you. Fine. So you say anyway, but did you really? Before Wendo discovered the body, the only person who had gone in there was Bucky. Only the defendant and Wendo entered around the same time of the murder? That's right. That's why it must have been Bucky who killed poor Shisho. Let's take a deep breath, okay, Garu? So not a single other person set foot into the dressing room during that time? I already told you over and over, didn't I? There was nobody else. I must apologize on the lawyer's behalf. Even her memory is that of a spring chick's. Please overlook her transgression as best you can. Oh, I see. Poor thing. Hang in there, sweetie. Hey, who are you calling a bird brain, buddy? Come to think of it, a little while before Bucky showed up, Yugemu was barking like mad. Yugemu? That's my doggy. I keep him at the theater. Let's see. With a twisty twist. And balloon! There you have it, my cute little Yugemu. He's kind of creepy looking. Oh, but he's a really, really good boy.
Can I be a really good boy?
Give me a break. And why was Yugemu barking? Do you think it's because he saw someone suspicious? If so, then we'd have a new suspect in this case. Now, why was he barking again? Oh, I remember, because it was time for me to feed him. I'm always forgetting. So I went into his yard and gave him some food. Couldn't somebody have slipped into the dressing room while you were doing that? Nope. The door out into the yard was wide open. I would have seen if anybody went into the dressing room. Prosecutor Blackwell, come down to the stand for a sec, please.
How many times must I do this?
You saw what Garu was talking about, right? Why didn't you mention it before?
Can't be expected to remember every minute detail.
Well, remember them now, please. Did Garu go out into the yard?
Yes, I remember now that she went to feed Yugemu. And I saw her looking towards the dressing room quite frequently as well.
Do you recall anything else?
It looked as though she was feeding the dog a great quantity of dumplings or something. Shigemu couldn't finish them all, so he buried the rest in a corner of the yard. That's about all I can remember.
Looks like Geiru was telling the truth. Your Honor, I'd like Geiru's last statement added to her testimony.
As you wish, defense.
I was in the yard, but the door was wide open, so I could keep watch of the dressing room.
If she was in the yard, the door is either closed or open and blocking the corridor from the yard to like the thinner part of the yard, it seems like.
So, you were able to keep an eye on the dressing room while you were out in the yard. Is that correct? That's right. The door out into the yard was wide open. Sorry, but that makes zero sense. Take a look at this diagram of the backstage area. There's a clear contradiction between this diagram and the witness's testimony.
Oh? Afraid I don't understand, Miss Sykes. Please point out what contradicts the witness's testimony. The door.
Geiru was in the yard near the doghouse. Prosecutor Blackwell even saw her there. While she was out there, the door to the yard had been left open.
Ah, I see.
Yes, if the door to the yard was wide open, as Geiru said, it would have blocked her view, making it impossible for her to see the dressing room. What? No way! But even if there were admittedly a few moments Geiru was not keeping watch, how much would that really affect this case? It would greatly affect this case. From the spot Prosecutor Blackwell stood, he couldn't see the dressing room either. Anyone could have entered the dressing room during that time without being seen. Eek! Geiru, why did you try to hide the fact that you weren't watching the dressing room? What? Hide the fact. You speak as though you think she had something to do with the murder. Rather than deliberate deception, it was more likely a simple oversight, right, witness? Well, I was so shocked by what happened. I was just confused, that's all. Even though she's trying to keep up a brave front as an entertainer, the truth is that she is being torn apart by grief. For her mind to be in turmoil is hardly unexpected.
Yes, it must be very difficult indeed.
To a disciple, one's master is akin to a real parent. Surely her shock is immense. The way this lawyer tries to pin the blame on this poor soul at the first opportunity. All I can say is, defense attorneys are heartless creatures indeed. But that wasn't what I was trying to do. Is beyond your comprehension. Is it beyond your comprehension, defense? Your unskilled argument is scarring this witness even further. And if we asked the people of this courtroom, I'm sure they would agree. What? The gallery doesn't get a say in this. Are you afraid to find out what they think ill of you, or that perhaps you are in the wrong? Listen to them now with that keen sense of hearing you are so proud of.
He's right. That was harsh. She didn't have to go that far.
I feel kinda sorry for the witness. And why is the lawyer's outfit so yellow? No, it's just saying... It's just trying to find the truth. is the whole gallery siding with Prosecutor Sadmati? The people understand. They know what is right and what is wrong. The lawyer's still in training, isn't she? Why is she all by herself? You hear the voices of the gallery. You can hear the voices of their hearts. It's so intense. I feel so alone up here fighting by myself. Are you afraid, child? It is ludicrous to come to trial with such paltry preparation of the soul. I command you to leave this courtroom at once. But I can't give up. I have to. I have to keep pressing on. As long as there was a moment when nobody was watching the dressing room door, the defendant can't be convicted solely on Prosecutor Blackwell and Gary's testimonies. Even now, you would continue to resist? You are childish in defeat as well, I see. I'm not out for the count yet, Buster. I'm just getting started. Despite your posturing, is it not true that your resolve could crumble at any moment? With but a little push, you would surely succumb to despair. A little push, such as with this piece of conclusive evidence. Conclusive evidence, huh? That is correct. We found a critical piece of evidence at the scene of the crime. The victim's dying message, which clearly implicates the accused, Bucky Wet. Look at these Japanese playing cards, known as karuta, lined up on the table. These special English version karuta cards spell out a message. That message? Wet number 4. Wet number 4? You mean wet noodle number 4? Yes, wet noodle number 4, as the fourth head chef of Wet Soba is also known. This message points to none other than the accused, Bucky Wet. No!
That makes perfect sense, doesn't it?
Wow, great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh no, this is really, really bad. What do I do? What do I do? And on that note, I'm gonna call it. And we'll finish this case next time. Thank you guys so much for watching. We are getting close to the end of Ace Attorney 6. After this one we got 2 more cases, and they're big boys. But we're almost there. So get ready, get excited, get pumped. Alright, gamers. Technically we're like a little over halfway done now that I think about it. But anyway, we'll be back later today for another stream with Pokemon Snap and Final Fantasy. So love y'all, and as always, ciao, bye everybody.
And